Angeles. Thank you for joining us if you are here this evening. Sherry is sitting in for Carrie this evening, so if everyone can just be really clear about stating your name and everything before action to make it as easy for her to take minutes as she can. I know she's good at it, but it's always nice when you're not well practiced. We will start with the roll call and Pledge of Allegiance, and then we have Dr. Maxwell joining us this evening. He's going to give us a brief presentation, and that'll be the first thing we do since he is a guest. So Sherry, if you could do the roll call, that would be great.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Deputy Clerk Sherry Curran presenting the roll call. Deputy Mayor Carr.
Here.
Councilmember French.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer.
Present.
Councilmember McCon.
Here.
Councilmember Sherman Warren.
I'm here.
Councilmember Suggs.
Here.
Mayor Dexter.
Here.
Manager West.
Present.
Attorney Bloor.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. And now, as is our practice, if everyone can mute their video and audio, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I will not mute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to move, as I said, item 1 up to our first order of business. And Dr. Maxwell is joining us this evening, and I'm going to turn it over to the fire chief for an introduction. Can you mute?
There we go. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very pleased tonight to be able to introduce Dr. Maxwell from North Olympic Health Network. He is going to be providing some information about known, which is how known is known, and some information about a grant that he has successfully received on behalf of a number of people in the community, including the Port Angeles Fire Department. So as most of you know, back in the late 2018, early 2019, the Port Angeles Fire Department started a pilot community paramedic program. And we recognized that there was a real significant need in the Port Angeles community for a whole lot of people who were underserved. And they were underserved for a number of different reasons, but there were a lot of people who did not have access to healthcare, who for any number of different reasons. And we saw that there were programs out there called community paramedicine, which used firefighters from the fire department who were paramedics to go out into the field and to meet with people and to provide basic health services, primarily just really basic stuff, and then referrals to places where they could get better follow-on care. And so we proposed doing this. Again, it has been a couple of years ago. I worked with the union, we worked with the city, and we were able to move one of our full-time firefighter paramedics off of the line and into a community paramedicine position. And we did this based on the thought that if we were able to prove efficacy, that we would be able to have community partners then help fund this program into the future. So we initially spoke with Known, with Dr. Maxwell, with a number of other physicians at Known, with the Olympic Medical Center, with Municipal Behavioral Health, with the tribes. We put the program into service, and it worked beyond our wildest dreams. We had incredible success. And what we found, just in basic statistics after the first year, was that after a first visit with a community paramedic, we were able to reduce subsequent emergency department visits by 50 to 60%, and subsequent use of 911 by 50 or 60% is huge numbers. And we were able to refer people to primary care physicians. We were able to get people off the streets. We were able to get people get their lives back in order. And there were a couple of actual documented lives saved by the community paramedics. It's been an enormously successful program. And because of that, we've been able to get some great financial support from our community partners. Well, probably the best support we've gotten has been from North Olympic Health Network. They have been absolutely fantastic. It's just been incredible the amount of work they've done on our behalf. And it's been the collaborative effort between us has been just, I can't come up with better adjectives, just phenomenal. And knowing that, there was a grant that came up a little while ago that Dr. Maxwell and his associates saw that they thought might actually benefit this program. So they applied for it, and I don't want to steal his thunder, so I'm going to let you know. I'm going to now introduce you to Dr. Maxwell from North Olympic Health Network. He's going to tell you about this grant, what they got from the grant, and how it is ultimately going to benefit through us, assuming that the council will approve an MOA that we have placed before you today in the packet. So Dr. Maxwell, thank you.
Great. Thanks for the introduction, Chief. Good evening, everybody. It's really great to see you all again. I think see most of you, some of you just part of boxes, so I'll imagine the faces behind the other ones. As Chief DeBrief noted, we really did notice a significant proportion of the EMS and the emergency department calls that were coming in were, as I mentioned, could be avoided through some targeted contacts and proactive interventions in that high-risk, high-utilizing members of the community. And we often saw that a good portion of those, there were lack of access to primary care, mental health issues, substance use issues, or people who are disadvantaged and struggling with access to social services like housing or food. And the community paramedic is just proven to be such an important and impactful position that provides this proactive, boots on the ground interface and intervention. Has been just a key collaborator in our community-wide case management efforts for some of our most challenging patients and clients. So North Healthcare Network recognized this potential value back in 2019. As Chief reported, we initially pledged $10,000 per year to help support this kind of program. But seeing these early results, we realized how much more impact could be achieved with the expansion of the program. So, as Ken mentioned, we recently pursued a competitive grant opportunity with a private foundation to secure additional funds that we could use to support expansion of this program amongst some other initiatives that we have in mind. And I'm pleased to join you tonight to report that we were in fact successful with that grant application. And as a result, we bring to you tonight a revised memorandum of agreement wherein we pledge to give the city for $220,000 a year for the next 3 years to expand the program. And that's beginning this year and with the first contribution as early as next month. This MOA outlines our commitment to this financial support as well as our commitment to operational collaboration. The program is already receiving regional and statewide attention as a model for other communities to consider adopting. And I should mention that the private foundation, which is serving as a funding source for this grant, has a prominent national presence and plans to spotlight this program as part of our broader proposal objectives, and that should receive some national exposure. So just in closing, I just want to say how much I value our partnership with the city. I want to commend the council for its foresight and its innovation in adopting this pilot program in the first place. The North Olympic Healthcare Network is really pleased and proud to offer you the support tonight for this accountability effort. So thank you.
Well, certainly the thanks should be coming from us. This is just really, really incredible, and I'm so grateful for your partnership. I met with Dr. Berry not too long ago, and we were talking about how unique our community is in how well all of our healthcare providers people in any part of that provision, how well we all work together. And this is just a really excellent example of that. So every time I read the City News magazine, I think we should do a story on all these really amazing collaborations that we have that are having such significant impacts on the health outcomes in our community. So thank you so much. I'm happy to open it up to any council questions or discussion. Or I'd also would be happy to entertain a motion. Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which motion unless we wanted to pass this. Well, I guess we could do it now, right? But I just want to say I really want to thank Dr. Maxwell and Chief Dubuque and everyone else who's been part of the community paramedicine program. It's a great example of how going upstream saves government resources and saves people's lives and quality of life. So thank you all for that and recognizing the value, and that this can continue for 3 more years on this one grant is just fantastic.
Mike, go ahead.
So, I remember when we got our first 6-month summary in that trial year, I think 2019, maybe, yeah. And, seeing the impact that this program was already having in just a trial phase was really, really made an impression on me. So, one of the things that we as a city said is, what's the long term for this? And to see Known step up and say, we're part of that, and we're going to be a continued partner is really meaningful to us. So thank you very much. And the only question I have for Chief Dubuque, so one thing that for that trial year, another partner that stepped up was our firefighter union. They said, we know we're short-staffed, but you can take Daniel Montana off of our basically off of our staff and devote him to this program because we think that it's worthwhile. So this grant is funding 2 positions. So how's the staffing outlook for this? That's been a challenge for us these last few years.
It remains a challenge.
Okay.
And unfortunately, as much as I'd like to say it, I'd love to say that we're fully staffed, but we're not. We're still 3 positions down as of today. We have been lucky enough to fund or to find an additional community paramedic who just started 2 weeks ago. A gentleman named Brian Gertie. She's doing a fantastic job. We're still out looking for another one, and we're still actively looking to fill the ranks. And it's a problem. I've said this to council before. In my 40 years, I've never seen anything like this, where it's just so difficult to find good employees. For every one that we interview, we say no to 10. It's just, and I've made it fairly clear to my organization that we're only going to hire the best people. We're not going to fill positions with warm bodies. Just to have positions filled, it's not the right way to build an organization. And so they've been on board with that, as much as it's been difficult for them. But I cannot say enough about the commitment of our personnel. The reason why they accepted this program was because they're those type of people. They're the type of people that you look for, that are community-minded, that are future-minded, that are big picture-minded. And that's what all of our people are. And it's a testament to them that they were willing to do this. And I can't say enough about how proud of them I am. But we are still in the same position of trying to find people. It's an increasingly difficult thing to do, but we're not going to stop, that's for sure.
Thank you. Maybe programs like this will make us a compelling organization. Just, getting that coverage out there and making sure people know about it is maybe that's a selling point at some, hopefully. Anyway, Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's true for at least one of our police officers coming here because of the rediscovery program. And I could imagine it being here too for the paramedicine program. I move to authorize the city manager to sign the attached memorandum of agreement with North Olympic Healthcare Network, accepting community paramedicine grant funding.
Okay, Mike.
All right, so we have a motion. Any further discussion or questions from council? All right. I just want to say thank you again, Dr. Maxwell, for coming tonight and presenting this opportunity to us, and really to both you and Chief Smith for your work on this. Chief Dubuque, and really thank you to known staff for taking the time to go after this grant. We're all going to be better off for it, and that's great. All right. Any last comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. Anyone opposed to the motion to authorize the city manager to sign the attached memorandum of agreement with North Olympic Healthcare Network accepting the community paramedic grant funding? Please state your opposition. All right, hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Dr. Maxwell. Thanks for taking your time to join us tonight.
Thanks for having me come early, so thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Thanks. You too. All right. I will admit that I was so excited about that I just skipped right past public comment. So I want to go back to that real quickly. Was not my intention to blow right past that. If anyone is calling in, you can raise your hand by dialing *3. IT will see that your hand is raised. And if you are in attendance in the meeting, you can raise your hand by pressing the little hand icon. Looks a little like this, but in drawing. So we'll just give a second to see if anyone has a comment before we move on. All right, we do not have any voicemails today either, just for council's information. All right, I don't see anyone
finding the hand in the participants area.
Yes, and we do have a call-in user who with a hand raised for a comment. So Daniel, if you can help with that, that would be great.
Hi.
Caller on two.
Truthfully, I just wanted to let you know I could barely hear Dr. Maxwell, and I think it has something to do with the microphone. I'm not sure, but then when Kate, when you were speaking, it was clear as a bell. I had to turn it down a little bit, so it might have something to do with the. But I'm new to this, and I just wanted to see if it worked primarily. So thanks.
Thank you. All right. Do we need a name for that comment? What's it? An official comment?
Dan Anderson.
Dan Anderson. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Anyone else like to make a comment this evening?
We have one more person.
Yeah. Colleen, if you'd like to, Daniel, if you could, that would be great. Hi, Colleen. You are ready to go. If you can just state your name and whether you live in the city for your comment, that would be great. 3 minutes.
Yes. Hi. Thank you very much. This is Colleen McAleer, Executive Director of the Colony EDC and also District 1 Port Commissioner. I see that the contract with the City of Port Angeles is part of the consent agenda, and I didn't know if there would be any discussion, so I just wanted to take this opportunity to say how pleased the board and the staff at the EDC all are that we have a contract and a partnership with the city, and we're looking forward to working with the staff and all of the council members on a myriad of different topics. And I think we'll make a lot of progress this year. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
That is all.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. We will move on. Let me pause my timer here so it doesn't go off in 2 minutes. I would like to, I think for Jim's sake, since Jim is also joining us this evening, Jim Cooper, who facilitated, or is facilitating rather, we're not done yet, our strategic planning process, is joining us. I think we should go to I-1 next so we can have that discussion, and then we can go back to the rest of the meeting, recognizing that people have, I like to get guests through. So let's go ahead and I will turn it over to, I think, let me hold on, switch to that really quickly here. So I see who I think I'm going to let Nathan talk real quickly first. Sorry, Nathan, go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you very much. Tonight, we're excited to be continuing the discussion on the 2021-2022 strategic plan. And as mentioned, Jim Cooper is here with us tonight. Jim has over 23 years of experience in public sector government as well as nonprofit work. Jim has been our facilitator in a process that actually started a few weeks ago, but ultimately we had two separate retreats on the 4th and 5th of February. And tonight we'll provide a presentation that updates members of the public as well as council on the outcome of those retreat sessions, as well as really an in-depth discussion on some of the metrics as well as strategic objectives moving forward with the strategic plan. So I'm really excited to turn it over to Jim Cooper this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Madam Mayor and the council for having me back. I'm excited for this part of the conversation. I'll just apologize now. I haven't practiced your last name. So is it okay if I use first names for this? Okay, perfect. Because I don't want to mess up. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up my slide deck here.
Except my name, Jim. You have to use my last name.
Well, that was what I wasn't sure. Do they say all of it every time they talk to you? I'm just kidding.
That's a long story.
Okay, well, we'll talk offline. Can everybody see the slides? Okay. So
yes.
Mayor Dexter, I'll just ask you if you can help me with hands raised while I'm presenting and just butt in if there's something I need to attend to, okay?
Will do.
I apologize for this not being on the first slide. Okay, so just a follow up from our previous planning sessions, and for people who didn't watch those, this is me and my father-in-law. We love to visit Port Angeles, and I'm really excited to be helping with this project because of our connection to your community and because of my connection to the United Way there in Clallam County. And so for folks who don't know, my day job is the director of the United Ways of the Pacific Northwest, which is the trade association that serves the United Way of Clallam County. I also happen to be on the Olympia City Council, as Nathan mentioned. I'm going to do a quick recap of the sessions and the interviews that we had prior to this, and then we'll dig into the strategic goals and the metrics. The hope tonight is to finalize those goals, even if we need to wordsmith right on the screen and get consensus. And then the next steps I'll review at the end, but just so folks know, the final product will come back to the City Council in the form of a resolution. So we're going to try to get through tonight on consensus unless we need to manage a vote, and then I'll turn it over to the mayor to do that part, if that sounds okay. Okay, so I did interviews with the leadership team and the full City Council, and there were several highlighted themes that came up, and really clearly people want to focus on an economic development model that speaks to the triple bottom line: people, planet, and fiscal outcomes. There's some sense of frustration with the lack of resources to focus on economic development. People are eager to get to recovery from the pandemic, and I'll say that's universal with everyone I've talked to. Strong desire to be more effective with our time, wanting to move ahead and show some progress around the housing and homelessness crisis that you're facing. Everyone wants to make sure they're clear on their roles and that they're in the right lane. And then a really strong willingness and dedication to build stronger relationships and partnerships, of which you highlighted a couple at the beginning of the meeting. You have a lot to build on there. So one of the things that often organizations do in a strategic planning process is do a SWOT analysis. And so we took this in a positive spin. And so we checked strengths, challenges, opportunities, and threats. These are the themes that came out from across the organization at the leadership and the City Council level. I won't belabor reading these. You can see them on the screen, but it's all about the location when you think about strengths and the partnerships and a lot of opportunity in the community with those partnerships and that location. They're very, very well tied. Again, your location lends to some of your challenges. And then I think the bigger highlight around threats is really a lot of things that are out of your control. But I went ahead and dropped those, and it's a little small, but you can see them on your slide deck that was sent. I dropped all of those into word clouds for the S, C, O, and T. And one of the things that's kind of interesting and popped out to me right away is how strong the word community is in all four. And so it's really important that, to realize that, we got to work together with the whole community to get things done because it can be a challenge as much as it can be an opportunity. And that's the job of the city, is to wade through all of that and figure out what the right direction is. So we highlighted 5 issues of critical importance, and we spent really the bulk of our 8 hours together talking through these issues. Those being housing and homelessness, recovery from the pandemic, downtown, the overall capacity of the city, and then high-performing relationships. We also had some honorable mentions that are important to kind of keep alive, but won't be part of the strategic goals for the moment, and that's childcare, economic development, agriculture, and transportation, which includes the airport. And so we kind of tweaked these as we talked, and so the titles from when we started the retreat are a little bit different in the near final product that I'll show you now. But first, we established our favorite place in Port Angeles, and the number one favorite place in Port Angeles being downtown and the waterfront, Edie's Hook being number 2, and Olympic National Park being number 3. And it was really emphasized when we did this exercise, how important the park is to the entire community, and how none of it is in the city. And so there's a huge connection there and something to really think about and pay attention to in all of your work. So I'll show you just the high level of the 5 objectives, and then we will go through each one individually. So I'm just going to go through them here at the top level now, and then we'll walk through them actually in opposite order. So the strategic objective for housing and homelessness is every Port Angeles resident has a safe and affordable place to live. Takes concrete steps to increase housing units of all types with a particular focus on affordable and permanent supportive housing and providing emergency services to our unhoused residents. And to work in the community to plan a coordinated response that will improve the quality of life for all involved. The pandemic recovery goal is to recover from the pandemic in a way that emphasizes partnerships, innovation, and growth as tools to meet the community's needs. For downtown, which you'll see I've changed the title to, and Nathan, I apologize, I didn't get it in both places. But the title to this objective now is something around commercial centers, and you'll see my actual wording when we get to that slide, but folks wanted to modify it. So prioritize business support through enhancement of our commercial districts, adopt and identify city actions to implement the new downtown plan in a way that makes downtown walkable, clean, safe, and vibrant, and prioritize multiple commercial centers while meeting the multimodal needs of people and commerce. The capacity goal is to build capacity to better meet the community's needs, maintain what we have, invest in improvements, and focus on improving economic outcomes. And the high-performing relationships goal is to prioritize focus on high-performing relationships and partnerships so that the entire city will better achieve these goals while increasing trust and cohesion for council staff and the broader community. And so I just wanted to take a moment before we go into each individual one and see if the mayor or Nathan have any comments. We did a few tweaks to this, particularly to hear the feedback around the downtown and the commercial centers, and then the pandemic one, which was a lot of words and quite a few bullets at the moment when we finished up the retreat. But I wanted to see if the mayor or Nathan have any comments to add to the changes that we made in this set overall before we go into each individual one.
I don't have anything to add to this at this particular point.
I'll just add that the commercial or the downtown item is simply an intent to really balance and recognize how important it is, one, that we see successful development of the downtown commercial district, but also recognize that we're really hoping to see some development of other commercial districts in town. And I think that's something that came out of our February 5th council retreat segment.
Great. Well, so, and I guess the other thing I should add is you will see metrics under all of these, and most of the metrics that we put in came from the discussions that we had. In fact, they were most of them were embedded in the bullets that we looked at the end of the retreat. And then the metrics around housing were from the Kahoot exercise we did. And so they all came from you. And then those metrics were in a Google form for the council and leadership team to prioritize. And I was able to get them to a top 5. And there's a few hanging out there if folks want to add or remove. And one thing I will say about metrics as well, so I want to make sure as we walk through each item that we focus on the words and the goals first. And then we can have a discussion about the metrics once we agree on the goals. The metrics we want to try to finalize, and it's important that they're achievable and measurable in a way that, to somebody's point earlier today, that we don't have to go and hire a statistician to be able to generate the metrics. So it's really important, but it's also, I think, okay on the metrics if we don't get them completely final tonight, even though that's the goal. Because staff will work to bring work plans back around each of these items and may have comments to make around the individual metrics as we move forward. Okay, so starting with number 5, high-performing relationships. I want to just see if that goal is what you remember, and you've had a chance to see it in your packet. And so let's just open it up for discussion from the council and see if there are modifications that need to be made to this goal.
Council, if you can raise your electronic hand because I can't see many of you, that would be great. Go ahead.
So I apologize because I'm just going to come out swinging. We're talking about number 5. Okay, so I actually would probably be fine with just eliminating this entire goal in the service of narrowing our focus.
And so I'll read between the lines, Mike, that's not to narrow the importance, just to focus and make this part of everything is what I hear in that.
Yes, and also, I just have, 3, and then the 4th. I would say the 3 of the other goals are my top 3, and then this is not. So I value our high-performing relationships, like we pointed out just a minute ago in our meeting. That's, we see results because of those. They also aren't 100% in our control. We can do what we can do, and other organizations can, choose to work with us or say, no, that's not what we want to do. I think that from a institutional perspective, Nathan and our directors value these relationships. Our mayor values these relationships. It's not something that I'm concerned will fall off or change in the next 2 years if we don't specifically mention it in our strategic plan.
Okay. Others?
Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, I hate to disagree with Mike on that. For me, I don't know if there's really an order to these, but it seems like if we were to take strategic objective 4 and 5, that would help actually strategic objective number 3. The strategic objective number 1. The problem I have is probably most with strategic objective number 2. I don't really feel like there's a lot that we can do in that part as much as that we can do in those other 4 objectives.
Okay, thanks, Brendan. So make sure you bring those comments back around when we're in each one of those, okay?
Anyone else from council? I guess I'm always the one who's like, well, I can see this side, that side, so I'm not always very helpful. I'm also a verbal processor, so I'll try to keep it. I can certainly see Mike's point. I also think if to Mike's point, if it's just inherent, I also don't have a problem with leaving it on to communicate to each other and outwardly that this is something that matters and we want to focus on it. I guess that as much as this is about communicating our policy values, I think it's not exactly about. I think it's useful from that perspective as a placeholder for this matters in all of the areas. So just a thought about that. So I'm happy keeping it, I guess is what I'm saying. Navarra.
Yeah, I was going to say something really similar, that I think the metric around this, not to add, but not to change the wording of the metric, but in thinking about like what this is going to look like in real terms of how, what's the measurable outcome is, I think we'll be able to see that in the different contracts we get, in the different meetings we have, in the different, times people have seats at the table. And I can think of times that the council has done this in the past. And I think it will also be important. It's important to me to see that, to hear that staff are doing this. I think it is a value. And I know that staff are doing this already. I mean, clearly our presentation today highlighted that point exactly. But I think it's important to know that and to name the partners we have and to have that as something where at the end of the year, we'll be able to look around and say, these people weren't at the table, or we need to do better outreach to make sure that we're, what could we do better? I think that does have value because I'm fairly certain that there are, people in the community who, we tend to forget about. I tend to forget about, and so it's nice to see those folks, partners, named in the things that we do. So I think that this is important, though I also think it ties into work we and staff do every day.
Thanks, Navarra. We'll go to Latricia, and then Mike, I'll come back to you if no one else raises their hand.
Thank you, Mayor Dexter. And thanks, Navarra and Mike and Brendan for your comments. I'm leaning that this is an important objective that I think that we need to tie in and incorporate into what the city of Port Angeles does. But I think that we need to expand on focusing on high-performing relationships and partnerships. A lot of times, we think of the nonprofit or the medical, like North Olympic Healthcare Network. We think about Peninsula Behavioral Health as partnerships. You think about Habitat for Humanity in Collin County, but I think there are other partnerships out there that we don't focus on that could be a high-performing relationships. We have other federal and state agencies out there that are surrounding us that we don't really seem to focus on, and maybe it's because we just don't know how to interact with them or how they might interact with the city. But I think this is one way to build those relationships and to bring our community and our organizations, whether it be nonprofit, state, local, for-profit, but I think bringing everybody together and especially in a really tough year of the pandemic, and then even prior to that, and really divisive atmosphere, just throughout the nation, how we can have this as a goal and incorporate it, and maybe we incorporate it even more that on our city website we identify who are our partners in the community, who have we worked with, who are we proud to identify as our partners. So I'm leaning towards, I think we need to keep it. It's vital that we have these partnerships. I mean, once we stop looking at and developing those partnerships and get relaxed on them, then yeah, I think it could create where we kind of don't focus on those, and things can get away from us, and we start to not see them. But I think that focusing on high performing relationships and creating relationships that maybe we don't have that we should have. Thank you.
Thank you, Latricia. Before I go to Charlie, I don't know if I'm the only one, so I can't tell if it's my computer or Jim. What I see right now on your shared screen is a big gray box covering almost the entire page. And Latricia's nodding too. So I don't know if there's something on your end. Here we go. The gray box is still there, but it moved to the lower left corner and it's getting much smaller. Anyway, just there we go. Now it's gone. Excellent.
Okay. I was trying to do a workaround by putting your pictures right over my slide, and I didn't know it was blocking it. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Now we know. We're all learning something new. Okay, let's go to let's go to Charlie.
And this might be I don't want to say a dumb question, but why is our municipal code update not mentioned anywhere in these objectives? Is that not part of our strategic plan?
I could jump in on that one real quick. I would argue that is it's work. I mean, it's more of a, and Nathan can jump in on this and tell me if he disagrees. But my sense is the code update is a work. Can't say what the word is I'm looking for. It's a work plan item. We've already authorized that, and so the strategic, the way I see it, I guess, would be that these strategic items may impact the outcome of that based on what we're saying is a real priority, or they may influence it rather in some way, shape, or form. But it's a work plan, not a strategic. It's not policy level. The work on it isn't a policy level document. Now we'll get to all the policies within it, but that's a separate policy discussion. That's my take on it. And if anyone on staff wants to
I'll just
add something more.
Throughout this process, it's been clear that will touch all of these items.
Right. That's what I was concerned about. So thank
you. Nathan, sorry, I might have cut you off. The city manager had.
No, Jim, that's exactly what I was going to say, is just every single one of those ties in directly to the municipal code update. It is, really important to recognize that takes relationships, that takes capacity, and ultimately will have, we hope, major positive outcomes relative to housing and homelessness.
Thank you.
That's a good point to stop and clarify, Charlie, before we got too far. All right, anyone else on council want to speak to this particular item? Mike, let me circle back to you. I feel like there was a joke about that on the internet today, and I missed it, but I saw it, so I'm going to just call on you again, Mike.
So I'm not having the best connection, so I'm going to keep my video off to hope that helps. So I'm perfectly content if the rest of the council wants to keep the strategic objective. I'm perfectly happy with keeping it. A lot of good points are being made. Again, one of my main goals tonight is to remove at least one strategic objective. So you'll hear me come back again when we get to number 2. What I would also mention is maybe somewhere in either the goal or the metric, we want to mention specifically the business community. One thing that I think we've made some really good progress on in the last couple of years is to kind of have a more, I don't know, more of an engagement with the business community that has resulted in this downtown planning effort with the Chamber of Commerce. And one thing I'm concerned about, and when we did our housing task force, we had a really great year of meetings with all sorts of, stakeholders. And then we had a housing action plan. We're marching down that list of housing action plan items and doing what the city needs to do. But we stopped having those meetings. And there was a lot of value in those meetings. There's a lot of value in that engagement. And I don't want to see the same thing happen with this downtown planning effort. I want to see us continue that engagement, specifically with our business community that I think that, has felt like they're not as, I don't know how to put that. And it's not the city's fault. Sometimes when someone's not engaged, it's because they're not engaging. But I just don't want us to lose this momentum that we have with, this partnership with the Chamber of Commerce that I think has been, a really important moment in our history right now. What else did I want to say? So I see he was wordsmithing while I was talking. Yep.
Yeah, Mike, I went ahead and included a couple of your comments in the metrics because it made sense to have a little bit of a list there, and that can evolve over time as well.
Yeah, that's great.
So I'm gonna go. Mayor, is that the last comment for this one?
Let me double check. I want to say that I think that list is good and it addresses Latricia's comments too about being thoughtful about, and so starting in the metric with just sort of here's the kind of partnerships we're talking about, I think is useful. I don't see anything else from council on that objective, so we could probably move on.
Okay, so then the city manager asked me to get your hands raised if you're all okay with that strategic goal being as it stands. Okay. Brendan and Mike, can you give me a verbal?
Sure, good to go.
And are we going to hit metrics too, or are we just talking goals?
I'm going to go there next. Yep.
Okay,
I just want to make sure. Yep, no problem. Okay, so I'm going to bring it back up, and while I do, it's the same open conversation around metrics. So what the metrics I have are we are all focused on the plan, the strategic plan. Partners, some we talked about, business, nonprofit, tribal, and residents are at the table. We move at the speed of trust. Everyone is focused on strong relationships and partnerships, and the community sees Port Angeles as a respectful team player. Now, I will say, compared to the rest of the metrics, a lot of this set are gut check metrics. But I'll just say that and open it up and see what dialogue there is around the metric.
Okay, Brendan, I see you have your hands raised. And Mike, I don't know if yours is raised again or it's still raised.
Yeah, no, this is a hard one. I think that definitely, evidence of plans or presentations, some things in concrete, would be nice. The fruits of our partnership, evidence of that would be really good. And I think that's it. Just showing fruits of these partnerships or.
Well, and Brendan, not to put words in your mouth, but could the fruits of these partnerships be the other goals, like if we're, I mean, because I don't think you can achieve any of them without good partnerships, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. I think that's why I was having a difficult time with you.
Okay. Others? Oh, you muted, Kate.
Yeah, sometimes my thing's a little touchy and I accidentally mute myself. I see Latricia and Mike. So let's go to Latricia and then we'll go to Mike and then also, of course, any other council who wants to use their hand.
So this is Trisha, and I just want to point out here, I want to go back to our partners. I'm sorry if I'm backtracking here. But I think one of the partners that we talked about being better at establishing a relationship with is our committees, is our city, the committees that we have. But yeah, the advisory committees, utilizing them more often, and which I think is important. But how do you measure that you're you measure it by, we're all running to meetings all the time now, right? When it comes to measuring your high performing relationships, maybe a metric is, you know, when you have I don't know, your well thought out relationships, you tend to kind of delegate some of tasks and more gets done. I'm thinking out loud here. So just trying to figure out a metric. How do you measure the success of developing high performing relationships? You increase your capacity, that's definitely for sure. I'm just thinking out loud here. Sorry, I don't have anything else to add.
Nope, that's the point. So thank you. Mike, go ahead.
So you'll probably hear this from me multiple times tonight in this discussion. I am much less concerned about the metrics than I am about the goals and the policies. So in this one, I agree the metrics are going to be kind of nebulous and difficult to, and so I don't want to put a lot of effort into gathering metrics on, I think that, when we see items on our agenda, like we saw this, just earlier, that's the metric. The one thing that comes to my mind, and I don't know if this is really, I just want to throw this out to the council because I'm not sure if it's really going to fit in the metrics or in the goal. We've often talked about when we are doing this kind of engagement, especially with our residents, but I think it's to other, even the business community sometimes too, and the nonprofit community is, in previous years, we've been kind of behind on thinking outside the box on how to get that engagement, with technology, with understanding, that not everybody has a 9-to-5 workday. And so, I don't know, like, we talked about, this is before COVID, that, we don't have childcare at our council meetings. And so some people just can never come to our council meetings. Well, our technology has enabled a lot more engagement. So is that something, I know that this is something we talked about, in previous conversations. So I just wanted to throw that out to the council.
So Mike, is that like around, like city businesses accessible? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it's hard to have a relationship with someone who can't engage with you because you're saying you have to come to this room at this time of day to have a say.
Okay.
And I do think, really quickly, that last line is to me the most important, and it's the hardest to measure. The community needs to see us as a respectful team player. It's hard to restore trust in government sometimes, and it's an important job that we have. But to me, that's the most important metric.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah. And I think anecdotally, we often hear from people, particularly when we're talking about, an organized group or business, that they don't think we're being, maybe not, but they're either we're not being a team player at all, or they have some issues. And I think individually, we often hear I think we hear that from people where we have personal relationships. It doesn't mean we're hearing it, but I think given the kind of community we live in, that is one that we may have a sense of going forward, and that we have, I think, in the past. So anyway, I'm just basically agreeing with Mike. I think that is the most important one, and it's I think hard to measure, but I think we people occasionally when they think that we're not being, and so we can use that as a like, hey, just checking in. Lindsay, go ahead.
So, and Mayor, before you go to the next person, I would say also in the conversations leading up to this, and I can't remember who brought this up, but you know, one of the things that you've done in the past that might be helpful in measuring all of this is, you know, doing a regular check-in with the community around customer service and satisfaction in all of the departments, like you've done with some polling in the past. And just to, you know, throw that out there as, you know, that could be an opportunity within all of this that I know Nathan is thinking about a little bit.
Well, with what the comment that Jim just suggested would work for me. I mean, I'm coming at this, when we say the word metric, I'm coming at this as a former science teacher and, you know, very focused on experimental design and how you help. I mean, I was working with kids for the most part, but how you help people develop actual ways to measure objectively what they're trying to measure. I just don't see us collecting the data to measure these things in an objective way for, you know, all the partners we have at the table. We have people who aren't at the table, and are we going to actually reach out to them and figure out why they're not? I just don't. I could see us saying, yes, we've reached all these metrics and we've done a great job, without actually reaching them in an objective sense. So one solution to that would be to actually do you know, a genuine study that we don't really run ourselves. We'd have to outsource it, of, you know, customer satisfaction. And I would really welcome that. I think it would give us a lot of good information, you know, things that we already know, like fix our website. But the other solution that I can see for this would be to just not use the word metrics and maybe replace it with something like strategies, because these are all pretty squishy, subjective things that I'm happy calling these strategies for reaching that goal, but I have a lot of hesitancy with metrics unless we're really going to measure these in a good way. I don't mean good as in like good for the outcome, like, hey, we did a good job, but I mean like, you know, objective, scientific way.
Concrete, right? Like you don't know what you don't know unless you actually put the effort into that bigger study. That makes sense. Nathan, is there anything you want to say about your ability to look at these before this conversation goes much further?
Yeah, I don't disagree. These are difficult ones to really get objective on. Although I do think that, you know, council as well as staff get feedback on a regular basis that probably give a sense of whether we are being successful with these metrics or not. That being said, it's hard to, you know, actually document and measure that without proactively doing a survey. So I don't have a suggested alternative at this time, but I'm happy to work on one moving forward for this particular objective.
And is it right to assume that your work plan will talk a little bit about how you'll get information to tell the story?
I do think that would be correct. Absolutely. The work plan is going to take a look at how we get some of these things done. You know, it does take me back a bit to Councilmember French's comment of, is this an overarching value or is it really a strategic objective? And I don't want to force council back in the direction of that conversation because I feel like we already got feedback. But as we've discussed the metrics, I certainly think of that again is, you know, is this more of a value?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll say from my council experience, that very much is how it played out in my decade on the city council. But we started with it as an objective so that we could really bring it to life, and then we live it as a value now. Other comments around the metrics here?
So Brendan has his hand raised, and I just want to throw out before I go to Brendan, based on Nathan's comments and Mike's comments and Lindsay's comments, based on the comments, the word metric on this to strategies and have this one be just different because it is different in its nature. I don't need an answer for that at this moment. I'm just throwing that out there as a question, and I want to get to Brendan, who's had his hand raised for a little while. Go ahead, Brendan.
Yeah, I'm really not going to really add much to it, but almost thinking of it now, it's more seems like a binary is an answer. It's either a yes or a no as the metric. Did we, form new high-performing partnerships? Did we bring more people to the table? It's either a yes or a no, really, I think.
But the question is who you ask, right? Okay, so I feel like that's probably enough to let the staff work through the work plan, but are there any other comments on the metrics around this?
Yeah, Latricia just raised her hand. So Latricia, do you want to go real quick?
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, if we want to gather and we were stuck with keeping it as metrics, I'm okay with changing it to strategies. But one of the things that, like, when we get off of our Zoom meeting, and most likely our meetings and, we're going to be incorporating online meetings and stuff with our partners potentially in the future is, when we close down, ask them to do a survey, but the survey has to be developed, to ask those questions. How did you feel about, was today's meeting, blah, 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 blah. Did you find that you're being heard? I don't know, maybe there could be a brief survey following online meetings or something as one way to gather metrics. But I'm okay with changing it to strategies versus leaving it as metrics. I agree with Lindsay, you have to be able to gather data if you're going to call it a metrics, but it's got to be, it can't be subjective, it's got to be objective. So, thank you.
And Mike, let's go back to you really quickly.
I just want to, I'm sure many people have heard my...
Mike, we can't understand you, Mike.
It's called election. And that... Is it better?
Now it is, yep. It keeps cutting out. Now? Yes.
Okay, let's try now.
There you go.
Yes, now we can hear.
If anybody wants to read a good book, The Economist's Hour kind of explains my position in a pretty good way, but we have built-in survey data that we can use. They're called elections. And if we want to actually have, metrics, what I don't want to do, I want our government to providing services to the public, not collecting data on whether we're popular or whether this specific thing worked really well or kind of well or not well. I want us to just use best practices and do what we think is right and let the chips fall where they may when election time comes. So I heartily agree with Lindsay that we, shouldn't call things that aren't metrics. And I would go a step farther and say, in many of these cases, it's a mistake to try to put metrics onto these things. It's a waste of our government resources to tell our staff, you need to prove to us that what you're doing works. They're professionals. They should not have to prove to elected officials that what they're telling us is the best practice in their field is the right thing to do.
All right. And with that thought,
okay,
we can go back to Jim. I think we're good on this one.
Okay.
I mean, as far as I don't have any other council members with hands raised.
Okay. And I think I'm going to leave it at that. And that way, you know, Mike or Nathan has one-on-ones with you, and we can see if there needs to be any final tweaking before it goes into the resolution. So I'm going to refrain from doing a pitch about collective impact because I don't think that you can prove worth without metrics. So number 4 is capacity. So build capacity to better meet the community's needs, maintain what we have, invest in improvements, and focus on improving economic outcomes. Maintain what we have. So comments on that one. There was a lot there that most of what you saw in the second day of the retreat were what's in the metrics paragraph now. Those were bullets as part of the capacity. And so when I met with Nathan and the mayor, we pulled them out because really they're measurements of how you're doing overall. But so the words for the goal, how are we with them? What do you think? I'm going to go with Charlie because he's got a thumb up. Do we have thumbs up across the board by any chance?
I'm pretty close. I just want to know, do we need to clarify any more specifically for the, I mean, maybe this is more a question for staff, I don't know, but focus on improving economic outcomes feels a little bit like way up here to me, like, and maybe that's addressed in metrics. If it's something we can quantify, because this one feels like it's a lot easier to find quantifiable metrics that are really metrics. But I'm not quite clear on, just want to be sure everyone reading this understands what economic outcomes are we talking about. That's my only concern. Otherwise, I like it.
And I'll say that behind the curtain on that, from my perspective of the retreat and the interviews, is, you know, it's about financial security for families. It's about businesses generating what they need to feed their families, and sort of the. What I will say is, I don't think it's any of the normal economic metrics. So this is not unemployment or GDP. You know, it's EDC data around business retention and attraction. It's have you checked off your, you know, CFP projects, and the ALICE data I showed you is a great metric for measuring the economic outcome every 2 years anyway.
Thank you. That's helpful. We're going to go to Brendan and then Mike and then Latricia. I'm pretty sure that's the order in which the hands went up.
Yeah, I actually, now I'm thinking about it, like I sort of agree with Mike on this metric thing after all. But mine is a little bit more towards just the wording. Maybe invest in improvements, and then put maintain what we have at the end. And just wording wise, it just feels stronger. Feels more looking ahead.
Okay, make a note
Seems
of that.
like an easy shift. So let me just ask, does anybody have a concern about that reorder?
Not particular, I guess.
Sorry, I went to school for marketing. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. Well, maybe other council members who have their hand raised can just address that. And Lindsay, I want you to note I have you on my list as well. So let's go to Mike.
I just kind of had the same concern Kate had. I really love this goal. And, you know, I don't know if we wanted to say improving. So it's interesting because from a strategic position, I think that you could make a case that we need to improve the economic outcomes for the city long term and be sustainable, right? We have this nexus of cost of living increases versus how fast property tax increases to cover them, right? But from the step back, I think that improving economic outcomes community-wide gets us to that goal. So I don't know if we wanted to wordsmith that further. That was my only concern about this goal. Otherwise, I think this goal is great.
Thank you, Mike. Latricia.
Well, I know that we talked about build capacity better meet the community's needs. I know that when we've talked about capacity in the past, we talked about building capacity within the city to be able to meet those needs. And I just want to make sure that when we said that is what it means when we say build capacity to meet the community's needs. I don't mind, you know, on our notes we have in there under capacity, economic development to build capacity to better meet communities' needs. And you know, when you build business capacity, then you know there's more revenue within the city, but then there's also more demand on the city. When we've talked about capacity in the past, we've talked about where we don't have enough staff to carry out all of the projects on our capital facilities and transportation plan that we would like to carry out, because we talked about, you know, bringing in, you know, more grants, and even if we did bring in more money, it was pointed out, well, you know, we could have all the money in the world, but we may not have enough staff to carry out that. And that's where capacity. Now, I just want to make sure that we don't forget about that, and I just want to make sure that that's written into this and that it's understood in this goal too.
Okay. So that would be something like build capacity of the city, like you said. Okay.
Let's go to Lindsay.
Yeah, I really like this goal. Somewhere in there is the need to, as the saying goes, work smarter, not harder. There's a lot of efficiencies we can do to build that capacity. I want to speak to the metrics a little bit. I'm concerned that they're confounding in that it's going to be hard to know if a particular thing that we did actually resulted in some of those metrics. And then also there's delay in those metrics that, you know, the American Community Survey, most recent data set that we have is from 2018, and we're trying to assess whether we've achieved a 2-year strategic plan goal. We're simply not going to have census data that's going to speak to that. So I like the idea of using the ALICE data for long-term trend analysis, and we should totally be doing that. But I want to make sure that we are able to tie what we measure to what we're doing. And I'm concerned that these big metrics, while worth looking at, and I absolutely want to look at them, are not necessarily things that we're going to be able to measure on a 2-year or even 1-year timeline.
Yeah, I struggled with that too, Lindsay. Like this whole bucket is a hard one in the short term to really stay on top of.
Yeah,
and some of it too is beyond our control. Like stabilized revenue, I mean, we have a structural deficit in the general fund because of the 1% property tax increase. So that's, you know, basically if we're going to stabilize revenue, then we're going to, you know, go to the state legislature and spend a lot of time lobbying for that.
Yeah, I would just jump in and say, I think certainly from a 2-year standpoint, it is going to be hard to measure. No matter, some things will be easier than others. But to Lindsay's point, I think it still has a lot of merit as an objective, and maybe hopefully future councils will keep it so we get a long-term look at whether we're meeting that. Whether we're meeting those needs, but I agree that in the 2-year time frame, a lot of this is hard to capture. I don't think we should not do it we shouldn't have it as a goal for those because the metrics are tricky, but that's going to be a little bit challenging. Let's see if there's anyone else on council. I don't see any other hands raised. Were you planning to do this? I feel like we've all sort of addressed both pieces in this. Do you still want to do it separate, or?
I'm fine keeping them together, but let me first I'll tell you just the changes I made. So I reordered and just added a couple words. So to build capacity of the city to better meet the community's needs, invest in improvements, focus on improving economic outcomes, and maintain what we have. I could also add for everyone under economic outcomes, but I think it's inherent. And then I just added a note around the metrics to consider are better short-term metrics, or how can this become a longer-term goal? So I think that's something we talked about, that, you know, in the diagram, if you will, that's in your comp plan, you know, you set a strategic objective and there aren't matching pieces in the comp plan or other plans, then that feedback loop is to go back and maybe adjust them so that you do accommodate for the economic outcomes piece of this, or the business piece of this within the comp plan with a really hard goal. Nathan, any comments from the staff perspective before I ask the council to weigh in?
Yeah, focused on the goal, I don't have any concerns with the goal change as it's been as it's been discussed. I think that, you know, when it comes to economic outcomes, to me, that is really economic wellness or economic health of our community. And to me, it's important that we see improvements there long term. So to me, that's really defining it. And then I do see a lot of potential opportunity for drilling down on some of the metrics that are listed that are probably better done over 1 or 2 year periods of time, as opposed to, you know, looking longer term.
Right. So what are the short indicators of those bigger metrics? Right. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and stop my share so I can see you. Is everyone okay with that goal and the general sense of those metrics for item number 4? Okay. Mike and Brendan, give me an audio.
All good.
Mike got his camera going and he has his thumb up.
Oh, I see you now, Mike. I was looking at the non-camera spot. Okay, cool. Okay, thank you.
One really quick thing, 2 things quickly. One, I just want to say also, I think this is a really important strategic measure, given what we're hearing both at the federal level and the state level regarding the recognition that there is a significant need for infrastructure support at the city level, and request information about what sorts of things we need support with. And so I think this just bolsters that argument that we need support by having this as one of our short-term goals, recognizing that we have this significant need, is just another piece of being able to articulate that, you know, they want specifics, but I think having it is a nice thing for supporting our point that it's necessary. I want to be respectful of your time, Jim, but I'm also, normally we would take a break really quick. We would have taken a break by now. And I'm just thinking we have 2 more, but I'm wondering if we want, Mike's saying no. I need a quick break, but I can just quickly duck out while you guys continue because we're taking turns. So I can do that really quickly and leave my volume up so I can hear you, Jim, while you're speaking. Come back, and then when we're done with the 2, we'll take a break, I guess. Yeah. Any other thoughts on that?
It's your meeting. I'm fine either way.
Yes. Okay, we'll just do that.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Well, so let me you know, it's about that legislative agenda you passed, and the top priority is tax reform. And I want to tell you, as a city council member in Olympia, I went back to my council after the retreat and told them about your legislative agenda and asked our lobbyists to keep an eye out for other like-minded cities that are roaming the halls of the Capitol, if you will, virtually right now, and help us build a coalition to get that done. So that's the way we're going to move that needle in the legislature. So I hope that we can do that together. Sorry, I'll take off the political hat for the rest of the meeting. Okay, so let me bring up the next one. So the next one is the commercial district enhancement. And this started out as a downtown, and then there was some really clear comments, you know, and a comp plan goal around other commercial districts. And so the goal is to prioritize business support through enhancement of our commercial districts. And the first step is, or the first piece is to adopt and identify city actions to implement the new downtown plan in a way that makes downtown walkable, clean, safe, and vibrant. And also to prioritize multiple commercial centers while meeting the multimodal needs of people and commerce. And it was really clear, most of our conversation was about downtown, but it was also really clear that, you know, kind of like from the transportation perspective, you know, if you pull the string of transportation on one side of town, you have to accommodate for it on the other side of town. And so it really is a city-wide conversation. And so with the mayor and Nathan, we tried to broaden that up a little bit, and would love to hear your feedback on what you think.
I see, Brendan, you have your hand raised. I don't know if that's a hangover or if it's, that's the wrong word to use, sorry. If it's just been raised or if you have it raised again, if you want to go ahead.
It was a holdover, but I'll go anyway. I think the goal is great on here. I like that, everything that we got. I think the prioritizing multiple commercial centers while meeting multiple modal needs of the people in commerce is like really a top thing. And to get from east to west side of town effectively, and then try to cut down that traffic as well as you know, spreading it out so not everybody's trying to go to downtown. You know, people might go to the west side or the east side is really important. So I appreciate that.
We'll go to Mike.
I love this goal. I think that the wordsmith thing kind of balances the interests that we have. I don't know, the one thing I'm wrestling with, and I think, so the adopt and identify city actions to implement due downtown plan in a way that makes downtown walkable, clean, safe, and vibrant. I love adopt and identify city actions. I love walkable, clean, safe, and vibrant. To implement new downtown plan is the one that I'm not sure what it means. Because from my perspective, when we adopt and identify city actions, I don't know. It's hard for me to talk through this because the Chamber of Commerce is coming. We're working with them this year, and I think the deliverable is actually mostly for the downtown and the community at large, not for the city. So we're not going to be handed a plan by them, is my point. In my mind, we do not have a
sub-area plan.
Sub-area plan for downtown. We don't have that element in our comprehensive plan. That's something that, I've talked about, not a lot. It's one of those technical conversations that's not super fun to many people, but we don't have that. So I don't know what the new downtown plan is. We, have different capital facilities plan items that individually might, we might need a lighting plan. We might need, obviously, a transportation plan. So, but then again, is that the adopt and identified city actions part? So I just wasn't sure on the wordsmithing of implement new downtown plan because we don't officially have a new downtown plan.
Right. So this came from, you're going to get a plan from the chamber and you're going to have to identify what the role of the city is in executing that. And so the city will have to create its own implementation plan unless the chamber has already identified the city's role and you've bought in because you've contracted. And I don't think you said that far. So.
Okay. I think I agree with you on we're going to have to come up with our own plan that, parallels what the chamber is doing, but they're not handing us a blueprint.
Okay.
So, Mike, can I ask you if we said what I'm hearing you say, I think, is adopt and identify city actions. Now I lost it. Never mind. I'm going to go on. I'll come back to it.
Well, I mean, that reference can come out and it still means the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, and actually, I would say I like that better, because if for any reason, which I want to be clear, I'm not saying I think this is going to happen, but if for any reason there's a delay, a sideways, or whatever with the chamber's planning process, we still adopted a goal that the city takes some action related to making downtown walkable, clean, safe environment, and we can make some calls about that outside of whatever the chamber does. And so removing that reference, I think, is actually broadens the scope of this a little bit and gives us some more flexibility within it. So I'm going to go to Latricia and then Lindsay.
All right, sorry, I was making some notes. So I would love to see in the top bullet somewhere where it's make it a destination downtown, make it a destination area stop. I mean, we really need to be bold on this one, I think. I mean, yeah, we can, it's walkable right now. It's clean right now. Maybe not as vibrant because, you know, we don't have a lot of things going on downtown, a lot of activities, you know, we don't, maybe, I remember the days where they used to put those flags up on the pools to celebrate certain, you know, it would change throughout the season, the flags up on the poles, you know, and you know, vibrant, you know, you plant flowers, but you know, I see more adopt and identify city action plans to make downtown a destination stop. You know, that's what I see. The second bullet to me too, it states prioritize multiple commercial centers. Well, shouldn't we plan for and prioritize commercial centers? I mean, I'm, you know, new being a year on the council, a little over a year, I don't know if we already have commercial centers prioritized. I know we have, you know, your light industrial, your industrial areas zoned, but do we already in our comp plan, and maybe I should have looked this up, do we have commercial centers already identified in that comp plan? If not, shouldn't we be planning for multiple commercial centers? I don't know.
Nathan, can you answer that?
You know, perhaps Director Brecky can add to it as well, but the comp plan does reference west end of town commercial nodes and the importance of them, as well as First and Front Street corridor coming into town, as well as the Ray Street corridor. So I think generally those are laid out in the comprehensive plan and just important nodes that would very much be built off of based on this particular goal.
Okay. And then Mike, is destination part of what is going to be in the chamber's vision? Is that in alignment? Otherwise, I don't want to put much in there until you have a chance to get that plan and figure out your role.
I think a lot of what Latricia said, I don't disagree with, but the private sector has its own job, right? I think that if we as a public sector put the investment in, do the planning, you know, make that planning actionable, that sets the stage so that the private sector can turn downtown into that destination that it is. And we're already seeing some amount of private development. The goal is to, you know, do that public work so that private development can start to, you know, roll the snowball down the hill.
Okay, thanks for that. Latricia, I cut you off to answer your questions, but is that the extent of your comments? Okay. Other comments?
Lindsay, go ahead.
Yeah, the downtown work, like the field center, is just a really good example of the importance of the city creating the landscape and the infrastructure backbone for people to develop on and work with. I mean, I feel like ever since growing up in Port Angeles, there's always this idea of a conference center on that parking lot site. And not until we renovated the streetscape and put in Snanat and Seclunt, the Pebble Beach Park, did like that really materialize. There were certainly other factors there. I don't say it was all because of that, but you know, we really lay the foundation. It's like we make good soil for plants to grow in. And those plants are, you know, the private actions that people take, the businesses that people start. But if we don't create the infrastructure backbone, the legal backbone, the planning backbone for that, it can't happen. And so I feel like there's a lot that we can do here without necessarily waiting for the new downtown plan. We have that, as Nathan said, in the comp plan already. We've adopted the American Institute of Architects Sustainable Design Assessment Team study into our comp plan. But at the same time, you know, obviously we want to move in tandem and in the same direction as the work that we have the chamber consulting for us on. And then the other point I wanted to make was with the second bullet point and the metrics. I think the metrics are mostly speaking to the downtown plan. The second bullet point might need its own set of metrics, which I would suggest related to how well we're providing infrastructure and codes that allow multiple commercial centers to develop and flourish.
Thank you, Lindsay. Jim, you're muted.
Sorry, my dog was barking. So infrastructure and policies that allow for, say that again one more time.
I think I said that allow for commercial centers to develop and flourish, or multiple commercial centers.
Just for information to Jim, we had a joint meeting with our planning commission that I think some of that idea grew out of. Our planning commissioner mentioned that, you know, we needed we have a food desert in the west side of town. So engaging the planning commission is part of that metric, I think, on some to me.
Okay, Jim, while you finish that up, I'm gonna go to Brendan.
Yeah, this is just more of like maybe the wordsmithing aspect. I think the adopt and identify the city actions, maybe to complement plans and aspirations of community partners or business partners in a way that makes downtown walkable and clean. Because I think to Lindsay's point, like what we do is we complement their plans. Like, you know, before City Field was down there, you know, they redid that whole area, and that, just like Lindsay was talking about, it you know, laid the seeds. So, as a complement to the plans and aspirations.
So I threw that in the metrics, Brendan.
Yeah, I think it's important. I would, I guess, push back a little bit on that, just in terms of like basic, as an example, because it's already in the CFP and I know we're going to be doing it. The railings at City Pier, right? That is a city action that we can take to make downtown walkable, clean, safe, and vibrant, is replacing those. But that doesn't necessarily, it does do that potentially, make someone say, oh, they've made some improvements, I want to do XYZ as a business downtown. But I also think there's just some of that basic stuff we need to be paying attention to and taking care of for any of the rest of it to happen. So I think putting that word complement in the metrics works for me. But I think that first goal, I think we want to be sure that we're doing, like, there's just some stuff we need to do those, and then the other things will come. So I think this is a good combination of everyone's comments, at least to my mind so far. And obviously everyone can weigh in on that. Anyone else? Anyone who hasn't gone, anyone wants to speak again? Okay, I don't see any further comments from council. Jim?
Okay, so everyone who's okay with that as it stands? Okay, Brendan, audio?
Looks good, Jim.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think that will take us to item 2. Okay, so this being the simplest goal and the least in your control, was to recover from the pandemic in a way that emphasized partnerships, innovation, and growth as tools to meet the community's needs. And then the metrics that are here are people are healthy, businesses and schools are open, and families are secure.
I'm going to call on Mike, but before I do, I just want to note, I could be way off base, but I think that the community's need is the community's needs, not plural communities, right? Y''S. Can't say the grammatical thing I'm trying to say. That's what I mean.
You're right. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we'll go to Mike and then Brendan.
Instead of plural, very good, Mayor. I think everybody knows what I will say. I think we should just delete the strategic objective in the goal of streamlining our strategic plan down to 4 points. And I would say that everything that we do for this next year, everything the private sector does, and everything, everybody is going to be working towards pandemic recovery. This is going to be one of the most crucial things that we do over the next 5 years. I think that it's going to be a pervasive goal, and I don't think that we need to necessarily, stick it out in our strategic plan. I think we could just delete this one and have 4 strategic objectives and have a slightly more streamlined strategic plan.
Others?
Thank you, Mike. We'll go to Brendan and then Lindsay.
Yeah, I concur with Mike on this. For me, I was a proponent of it, talking with Jim. I think one of the big things that I was cautious or curious about and cautious is for us to have like a full accounting of what the harm has been to the community in terms of economic impact, and being really litigious on the delays and everything that COVID-19 has caused our community in an economic way. So when somebody comes around to asks and says, what's the number, that we have that number. But I think Mike is correct. I think this is a multi-year thing, and it's not. I don't think it's really going to work. I think it's better to streamline to 4 objectives.
Thank you, Brendan. We will go to Lindsay.
I agree with Mike and Brendan. I think we can incorporate pandemic recovery into the other objectives. It definitely needs to be mentioned for posterity's sake, but it's going to be in the economics, it's going to be in the housing, it's going to be in how we work with partners. It's everywhere else. I don't see any value in this as its standalone objective. The metrics are so open that we might as well just delete those and incorporate them in elsewhere if we want to save any elements of them.
No, this is Charlie. I agree with Lindsay as well. I think the language needs to be in there, but this is going to be a topic of conversation with any community meeting we go to or anything that's brought up. This is just going to be a community effort for everyone, and I think this one could be just as part of the language.
Thank you, Charlie. Navarra.
Yeah, I think one of the things I had mentioned in our earlier strategic planning sessions was how I hoped and still hope that, as we recover from the pandemic, that there are things that I think Mike said this earlier as well that have been strengths, right? Meet online is a strength. People can tune in while they're eating dinner or whatever. And listen to us talk. I think that there are some real positive things that we and our community can take from this pandemic to move forward. And with that being said, I think that those will come out in, I think they will just sort themselves out as we are able to move forward, which is just to say that I would be comfortable removing this as well, and maybe wordsmithing some of our other ones to include a reference to pandemic recovery.
Thank you, Navarra. I don't see any other hands at the very moment, so I will just jump in and say, I'm certainly, I don't have any opposition to what seems to be a consensus for removing this as a strategic objective. I think we should probably hear from staff too, just as they were part of the process. But I do think maybe a different way to address this, which is, I hate to say kind of because I feel like it's opening a whole nother can of worms, but it doesn't have to be a part of this discussion and we don't have to do it right now, is just to come up with a statement, because I do think it's important for the community to know that we recognize that and are moving forward with the concern and understanding of the increased need and all of the things that go along with the fact that we are in a pandemic. And we don't want it to sound like we're just ignoring the fact that we're in a pandemic. So maybe just a value statement from council, or I hate to use the word value, but a statement from council or something connected to this, not connected to this, or some other thing that communicates our commitment to that. And I think certainly the actions we've taken to date reflect that. But I think that's a way we can handle that. It's just remove this from the strategic plan, but make a statement to its effect, so that the community knows that we are thinking along, that we recognize this. It's hard to imagine they wouldn't, but I just think it's worth saying. And other people have said that too. So I want to be respectful of that comment. Nathan, do you want to pipe in real quick? I don't have any other council hands raised.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I really appreciate all the comments, and Mayor, I really also appreciate the value of an introductory statement, just to make sure the community knows how important this issue is to us. I think too, though, it is quite similar to what we discussed earlier on the municipal code, in that this is an item that truly impacts every single department, and you will absolutely be seeing recovery related items in the work plan itself. I think we can know and expect that, and for that reason it is very important, but it also fits again in every category that we've discussed this evening and every category that we will be discussing this evening. So I hope that's helpful. I don't have any opposition. I'd encourage any other staff member who has points not yet made to also share those thoughts.
I will give people a moment to raise their hand if they want to. And I just have to say, Jim, I looked away for a split second to put that line, and I was like, what is happening with my screen? And then I realized you were Xing this out. Okay, I don't see any other hands, so we could do a thumbs up for removal if you want.
Yeah, so thumbs up for removal. And then I'll work with Nathan if he needs it to develop an introductory statement that will introduce the entire plan and include the sort of the high level around pandemic and how everything's connected. Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay. Latricia, are you good with that? Okay, sorry, we were frozen and I couldn't see you. Now you're live again. Okay. And no one else had a hand around from staff on that one. Okay. Okay, so that takes us to number 1. So as you all remember, we spent the most time talking about housing and homelessness and could have easily talked about those topics for 2 whole days. And so what we boiled down to in the retreat, though I will say there was a little bit of dissent to this, but we left it pretty much the same in the after retreat conversation. So every Port Angeles resident has a safe and affordable place to live. take concrete steps to increase housing units of all types, with a particular focus on affordable and permanent supportive housing and providing emergency services to our unhoused residents. Work with the community to plan for a coordinated homeless response that will improve the quality of life for all involved. And so what we did do was move sort of the emergency services for unhoused people from the second bullet to the upper bullet. And that's the main modification that was made here. So, and I guess, Mayor, do you want me to go through the metrics first, or should we and show them, or should we go ahead and stick with the statement for the moment?
I can certainly hear from others if they don't agree, but I'm inclined to stick with the statement, and then because I think these metrics are going to be a much more, we got to dig into them, I think, just a little bit more than some of the other points. So I think let's do them separately, and then we can, of course, come back at the end and say, does it all work together?
Okay, that sounds good. So comments on the goal statement.
Mike, I see your hand up.
Spoken a lot tonight, so if anybody else wants to go, they're welcome to jump in. But I have a lot to say on this one too.
You're the only one with your hand raised at the moment, so go ahead.
Okay, so this one's very difficult for me. I actually think that we should just focus on housing. Obviously, homelessness is part of that. One thing that I'm very skeptical, or I don't know if skeptical is the right word, I'm pessimistic about is that we can, in 2 years, really, the problem is very large. So I want to continue doing what we're doing with directing people into appropriate services in the hopes that helps direct them into housing. That's, community paramedicine. That's our rediscovery program with the social workers and the police department. But I definitely don't want coordinated homeless response in my strategic plan. I do not think that that is something that we can jump into. That is the county's job right now. And it is far beyond, I think, when one of our other bullet points is capacity, trying to jump in with, an overpromise on what we can deliver on homelessness is a way to completely destroy our capacity as a government to provide the services that we provide. So, so that second bullet point is the one I have a problem with. I think that first bullet point is great. I think there's plenty that we can still do, even though we've picked a lot of the low-hanging fruit on the housing angle. We, have a sales tax now that we didn't have 2 years ago, that we, there's going to be some work to do on determining how we best spend that money. That's going to be, something that I think our staff is going to have to still do some work on determining, how to best use that and how to best focus that and how to, make the best bang for the buck on outside grants that can, grab onto that money. But I just worry about overpromising on homelessness when what we're doing, I think, is really meaningful. And so I want to continue doing that. I want to focus on it. And, we just literally tonight announced an expansion basically of the community paramedicine program. Over the last year, we have, I don't want to overstate it, but at least doubled, I think maybe times, quadrupled the capacity of our rediscovery program in FTEs, in actual people on the ground. So I think the work they do is going to, I just think that we're right in the middle of this, and I don't want to then overpromise and say, hey, now we're going to do coordinated homeless response, because we are not. I just don't think that that's possible.
Okay.
Let's go to Navarra.
Yeah, Mike, I'm going to just respond to what you said because I agree with you. And I guess that maybe what I was thinking about when you were speaking about the coordinated homelessness or homeless response is that I would like the city's actions on homelessness to be coordinated and strategic. And I think that might be different. Like, I don't know how to word that, Jim, so good luck. But I think, you know, it's hard because there's so many different things that are happening in the community around homelessness that I think the actions that we take, right, like one of them is, you know, the shelter expansion at Serenity House is going through our planning department right now, right? That is an action that the city is taking, you know, that around homelessness, right? We're expanding our, you know, our services to provide, you know, community response, right? Through community paramedicine program and rediscovery, right? We're thinking about how to use our housing sales tax funds, right? All these different things that we're doing that to me seem sort of like we're just doing things because they're good things to do. And I think it would be really helpful for the city to have like some kind of strategy. Maybe we do, and it just doesn't feel like that to me. But I think that that is very different than saying that the city is like coordinating the response of all the other agencies in the area, which is how it sort of reads. And I think they're interrelated to be sure, but I think that I think that just having a plan, like having a plan for the city about, you know, are we planning on, you know, building a new, you know, housing structure every year? Like, that'd be awesome. You know, like what are the things that the city is doing, you know, in coordination with other people or other agencies that are doing this work? I just think would be really helpful, at least to like have that. So those are my 2 cents, but I did appreciate what you had to say, Mike.
Thank you, Navarra. We'll go to Brendan and then Lindsay.
Yeah, I'm. This is going to be a roll tonight. I agree with Mike again. Like the county is far more capable financially of working in you know, really significant ways to address people experiencing homelessness. I think when it comes to and with the cities taken with the rediscovery program and the paramedics. I think like that first bullet point, it should read to continue taking concrete steps because we also are working hard to get increased housing. We're doing this stuff. Like when Navarre just laid it all out, you know, she said it needs to be coming together, but like it's almost coming together in an organic way like that. And so we are taking concrete steps and it's making it safer. And affordable it's going to continue going that way.
Thank you, Brendan. We'll go to Lindsay and then Latricia.
So I really like the goal. Every Port Angeles resident has a safe and affordable place to live. That goal means that we don't have people experiencing homelessness in Port Angeles. So then we go on and we have a bullet point about homeless response, which, you know, there will be some homelessness because people transition in and out of the state of homelessness. But in the context we're in Collin County, I mean, we're using shelter in lieu of housing because we don't have enough housing. And that's the context that I read that second bullet line about. And so, I mean, I do like the intent of it because we do need better coordinated homeless response. You know, as a city, we are looking at a West End fire station because we get a lot of calls at high density residential and night-by-night shelter built way out on the west side of town. Why is that built way out on the west side of the town? Why is that closer to the center of the city? Why didn't we do transit-oriented development at that time? Probably because as a community, we said, we actually don't want this service here. And so we're just gonna put it on the outskirts and make people walk a couple miles if they want a warm place to sleep tonight. And so, yeah, we absolutely need to be part of coordinated homeless response. I guess I just don't know exactly what that second bullet means. So part of me agrees with Mike, and part of me says, yeah, let's move beyond the move along mentality that we have been in as a city, and actually get a coordinated homeless response that treats everybody like a member of our community. So I want to keep it within the context, but within that context, but I think it needs to be fleshed out more by what we actually mean by that. I don't think the city should be taking a leadership role in the coordinated entry system. There is that option. I learned last week that the only city to do that is Spokane, but we would have to take a big leadership role. And all the other cities that have looked at that have said it hasn't been worthwhile. We're seeing that Serenity House under new leadership is really stepping forward and, open 24/7, providing 3 meals a day, making a low barrier shelter actually low barrier. But what we run into over and over again is, that first step, take concrete steps to increase housing units of all type. In 2019, we did a housing needs assessment. It found that by 2020, we needed 594 new units of housing in Port Angeles. In 2019 and 2020, we did not build 594 new units of housing in Port Angeles, right? We built, maybe 50 per year. This year we built, 26 or so, depending on how big those multi-units were. So at the rate we're building housing, we will meet our 2030 population demand goal for housing sometime after 2070. We need to be building housing about 5 to 10 times more than we're currently doing. So we're just not even doing this at scale. I totally agree with the comments that some folks made that, mental health services, behavioral health services are essential for this issue. And absolutely that's true. But our limiting step here is that number one bullet, take concrete steps to increase housing units of all types. And, we can say, hey, great, we built 100 housing units in 2021 and 100 housing units in 2022. And, that's going to say yes to our strategic objective. We did a good job. We're not keeping pace with what we need to do. We're not actually assessing the scale of the problem. So I don't know. I'm really pessimistic about this, mostly because of the legislature last week, and I'll share that in my council report. But I think we actually have to speak to the scale of the problem using the data we have. We have that data from the 2019 Housing Needs Assessment. Let's make this goal work to what we know we need to do and not just say, oh, let's move in the right direction when we're not moving fast enough. Or at scale, I should say, not fast enough.
We'll go to Latricia, and I see, Mike, your hand is up again. I'm going to speak quickly after Latricia, and then we can go back around.
Well, I didn't have a lot to say, except for one of the things that I feel that needs to be added. I mean, we talk in bullet one, we talk about in particular focus on affordable. Affordable is pretty subjective, but I think we need to include in that low income housing. Our medium household income out here, we still have a high percentage of people that are paying over 35% of their income towards housing. And that's a huge number that a lot of their paycheck goes towards rent or mortgage. And affordability is, it depends on who you're talking to and what their affordability is. But I think we need to focus on also increasing not just affordable, but specifically, more specific, low income housing for residents and people. But I don't have a silver bullet as to what Lindsay's, you know, I agree with a lot of what Lindsay said, but how do you get it to where you have those large numbers? I really appreciate that data that was sent out on housing numbers and when houses were constructed, and you know there was in 1939 and earlier 1900 homes that were in the area. I think in 1950s there was another boom of housing construction, over 1,000. And then I think in the 70s, that list showed another boom of housing construction. But then after that, you know, there wasn't a boom in 1990 or 2010. It just kind of fizzled, and we would, between those decades, there'd be like 800, 700, or 900 homes constructed during those decades. So how do you get it to where not just the city, but how do you get it to where community can afford to build homes that they want to live in or that they want to rent? I would like to also, so now I'm going to also add that I would like to see that we work to prevent the transition of homes out of the rental / housing market as a home. You know, I think there's an impact there. People are doing kind of like vacation rentals, and I think, you know, with the number that are out there, that does impact our housing capacity. I would like to see that we focus on not having that we have a percentage of, you know, what can move into that category and somehow regulate it so it doesn't impact our housing needs. So those are my takes on this conversation.
I'll just say we could go back and forth around affordability for days. So you've definitely got there's a point to be thought through there in the work plan, right? Like what % of AMI and all of that. You know, I had a homeless shelter director tell me the other day, how come you never build housing for 30% of area median income? Because we always do 80 and 60, but the people who really need it are at the bottom of that scale. Right? Okay.
I actually want to go to give Charlie a chance to speak if he wants to. I didn't mean to leave you out of the loop, Charlie, when I suggested I speak and go back around. Okay, you're okay? So I guess sometimes I appreciate feeling like I should go last because it gives me a chance to hear what everyone else has to say. Because at one point along this, and I'm still not sure that I don't think I like this idea. If we just, I guess I'm going to frame it as a question, at risk of we could spend all night on this objective and we don't have all night. So we have some time, but we don't have all night. Because most of us have things we have to do tomorrow. And so we'll need to get up. Is it problematic if we just say a resident has a safe and affordable place to live, period? And then address a little more of those sub points. I'm sort of backtracking a little on set to date, but then the metrics reflect some of those other pieces, and council work and work plan address those things. And maybe that's just way too vague and broad. And those bullet points are really helpful in a work plan. So I don't want to just throw them out, but I feel like it would sort of capture what everyone is saying, except for Lindsay, who very clearly said they should be there. Because I don't think we have consensus on whether we should take a leadership role in coordinating homeless response or not. And so unless we're willing to make that decision tonight, then I think those are the council decisions, or, I mean, I don't want to put it off forever, but I also feel like there's some specific issues that I don't know that we really have consensus. We have a majority, and that's really what we need. But I'm just trying to think through, like, how do we get this to a point where we can adopt something that's useful, that we can build metrics for, that we have people on board. That's really not super helpful, I don't think, but
actually it kind of is. I think the question about the second bullet, I think we should do a poll on and see where we are by the numbers, but it does feel like it's pretty tight. The metrics I have to show you get at everything here except maybe the permanent supportive piece. And so we could have that come out in the work plan. You know, that's a subpopulation of affordable really anyway. You know, so I think that is a possible path, Mayor. It can work. Can we see if Nathan has any comments before you go back around?
Yeah, I don't particularly have helpful comments here because I think this is a really critical city council decision point. And I think we're hearing a really good conversation that ultimately, you know, helps build direction to staff moving forward. And so I'd love to see the conversation finished, even if it does take a little bit more time. But, you know, it's really important that as staff members, we know where council stands on this issue. I apologize that that's not helpful, but to me, that's kind of the reality of this conversation.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll see where we get. You know, and let me just, you know, from my perspective, talking to you and listening to you, you know, it felt like there was a desire to take a leadership role in what can the city do that's better or different. I also thought there was a tendency to want to get into like some more of the metrics and what really impacts the population. The ideas that came up were, you know, sort of, we looked at the Olympia model, which is just one model of the one community plan. We talked about community solutions and the Built for Zero model, where you target different populations and bring them to functional zero through putting them in housing. You know, there's other plans out there in Everett and Seattle and Anacortes and Vancouver, you know, that are pretty solid. You know, but I think that the fundamental question is, and I feel like it's a little bit different today than it was in the interview. So maybe I've missed something. Is we don't feel like anybody else is doing this well enough, and we want to grab the bull by the horns and lead. And I thought that's what I heard until like the last couple of minutes of the first day. And so to me, we can do another round and see. You know, I'd really should, you know, but I'd kind of, if you're okay with it, Mayor, like to poll on these and see where we are, just so we can get a concrete idea.
Yeah, I think I certainly feel like we were all you were in the same room I was in, I would say, based on what you just said. And I think maybe one of the points that Mike made tonight has kind of spinned my thought just a little bit, and we should still poll, but this idea that there are a lot of things we're doing really well. And so that's why I suggested maybe anyway, we can see what everyone thinks, but that's why I was thinking if we just set this one goal and then we build things into the metrics to sort of help with staff figuring out what is our role. And certainly this is one area where from the bigger level policy, there is a role for council in this also. It's not just, this is one of those issues that simply by being leaders in our community, I think we have a role in this. We do in a lot of things, but it's also a little bit unusual, I think, because of the kind of issue that it is. But I'll stop talking now and let you do your little poll.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna do this as two separate pieces, and that way we don't, especially if there's, you know, a majority that want to take it out that second piece around the plan, then that will save us a bunch of time. So within the context of the first goal, the first piece being around affordable housing, providing emergency services as needed. Is everybody okay with that part?
Wait, point of clarification. Can you repeat the part you're asking for?
So the first bullet, so that every Port Angeles resident has a safe and affordable place to live is the overarching. And then the first bullet, take concrete steps to increase housing units of all types with a particular focus on affordable and permanent supportive housing and providing emergency services to our unhoused residents.
I have a problem with the word emergency that I can explain if you want.
Well, let me first see, without wordsmithing, it feels generally okay.
Yeah, I'm sort of, I think a bigger wordsmithing is needed.
Okay, so we'll come back around to that. The second piece, work with the community for a plan around coordinated homeless response that will improve the quality of life for all involved. Who wants to keep that component? If you want to keep that component, give me a thumb up.
I'm for that component.
And I've got one thumb then, Brendan. So you and I will, anyway. Okay, so I think that makes it a little shorter conversation, but really moves us to the metrics. We know we want to come back around and wordsmith that first one a little bit. And I'm going to let Mike say his comment around the word emergency. And then we'll look at the metrics, because I do think that even one of the metrics that rose to the top brings the planning process to life as well. So let's, Mayor, can you give everyone like kind of the last word on the goals so we can capture it, and then we'll move to the metrics? Not the last word, but for tonight.
Well, so I think what we all just decided is we're doing hold on.
I'll bring it back up.
Every PA resident, every Port Angeles resident has a safe and affordable place to live. And talk about we're gonna wordsmith that first bullet. And we've had a consensus to remove the second bullet, is what I understand we just did. And I think that is one of those things that functionally fits in the other pieces anyway, depending on what metrics we build in and what role council decides they want to take in the community.
Yep.
While you're doing that, do you want to have Mike wanted to speak to his one issue, or should we wait and then he can be the first to speak second go around?
No, I think let's just go around. If anybody has other words to say about wordsmithing with this, then we can either get it or hear the input. One of the two. We'll just kind of see how it feels as we move ahead. But let's try and get this a little tighter before we move into the metrics. So,
yeah, Jim, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead, Mike. I was muted the whole time, so.
So, I'm not sure I don't think this is wordsmithing. I think this is a really important philosophical point. One of our main goals for the last few years is specifically not to provide emergency services. One of our main goals has been to divert people from emergency services into appropriate services that fix their long-term issues, that work to solve the underlying conditions that push them into emergency services. That's upstream, right? That is the goal of community paramedicine. And we have, the case studies that say this person was calling 911 a million times. We did this. We figured out that if they did, so our goal is not to be providing emergency services to our unhoused residents. My goal is to treat them compassionately, to continue to assert their humanity, to find housing for them, and to divert them into the services that they need, to start to solve whatever issues they might have in their life.
Okay.
So we have a stumbling point in the permanent housing where we have shelter, and then they get to the point where, okay, we need to put you in housing, and there's nothing there, right? So I don't know how to solve that. And then the second issue that is on my mind is, one thing that I wonder is, how can we better coordinate our different departments in how we're responding to homelessness? So one thing that happened, I think, this happened a year or two ago, back when we had literally one FTE on the rediscovery team, she went and gave a presentation to the Parks and Rec employees. And it was a really good back and forth where a lot of information was shared. And I think that everybody came out of that conversation where our departments were getting together and saying, this is what's going on. This is my lived experience in dealing with this community. This is, a lot of positives came out of that. And I think that improves our collective response to homelessness when our departments are working together productively. And I wonder if there's still any instances where we're working, not productively. We're working across, this is something that I don't have a solution for, but we have a junk vehicle abatement program. That's, I think, a very good program that helps keep our streets clean. But in many cases, you're literally taking someone's house and towing it, right? And it's not a house that we want anybody to live in, but this is the reality of where we're at. So, do we want to, is there any work that needs to be done coordinating our city departments around what our goals are? I don't know. And I'm not trying to throw any departments under the bus or say cast any aspersions. I don't have an underlying, belief here. I wonder if that could be part of what our goal is when we're talking about. My issue with working with community to plan is, who's doing that plan? Is this an official city plan? I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry to ramble.
No, it's okay. I wonder how you're going to get there without a plan too. So let's hear what other people think.
So, Jim, this is Charlie. About what Mike was saying, could we just say providing appropriate services, or just services? Or appropriate services instead of emergency services?
Yeah, that still works. Absolutely. I think, is the city going to provide services beyond what is already in place, or is that an objective? But yes, Charlie, that can work.
So keeping that thought in mind, let's go to Lindsay. I have Lindsay next, then Navarra, and then Brendan.
Yeah, there's a lot to say here. There is a community plan for a coordinated homeless response that is formulated by the county's homelessness task force, which the city participates in. So if we don't like that plan and think we need our whole new plan, we should have a big conversation about that. I really appreciate that Jim has mentioned Built for Zero and community solutions several times. I'm not sure that we've actually talked about that. That is a system that a number of communities have used to reach zero functional homelessness. And by functional homelessness, they just mean that people move in and out of homelessness, but nobody is living in a state of homelessness beyond the time it takes to get rapidly rehoused. What does it take? This is from joinbuiltforzero.org. What does it take? First, you need to form a leadership team made up of multiple stakeholders within your community. The first key stakeholder is your continuum of care, the entity that is overseeing your coordinated homeless response system and data collection. Here, that is Serenity House. I've talked to the current director of Serenity House and the past director of Serenity House about Built for Zero in the system, and their initial responses, we're already doing a name-by-name database. We're already doing that. And so I don't know. I mean, this is the paradox. If we're already doing it and it works in other communities, are we really doing it? Or do we just think we're doing it? Obviously we're not working with community solutions on this, which is now seen nationally as a best practice. I'd like to see that move forward, but if our continuum of care entity is not on board, I'm not sure what to do. And to be clear, this hasn't been that robust of a conversation. I've just brought it up, in larger conversations. So I would like us to help to see that happen, but I don't think that is its own separate bullet point. I think providing services, if we want to participate more robustly in that, we should get more involved in the homelessness task force and potentially commit staff time to that body, help review and plan the 5 or 10 year plan to end homelessness. Used to be to end homelessness. I'm not sure if it's still to end or now just to live with homelessness as a chronic disease. The other thing to say too is, services to our unhoused residents. Let's just change that language to residents experiencing homelessness, just to recognize the throughput that is the population of people experiencing homelessness. I know it's an awkward phrase. I mean, it's a lot easier to say the homeless than people experiencing homelessness, but recognizing that it's not a state of being that people are permanently in, that it's often a situation people find themselves in due to circumstances beyond their control, very often domestic violence, for example. And it's not something that has to be permanent. Obviously, there's a lot of nuance, especially when we start talking about chronic homelessness, but those are a few thoughts there. Thank you all for this conversation. I know this is taking a long time, but this is really such an issue that we spend so much time dealing with the downstream effects of, and not really addressing big picture. We don't have a housing department, right? We don't have staff dedicated to housing. We aren't set up to do this thing that is so fundamental, which is make sure that everybody in our community has a place to live.
Right. Okay. So,
all right, let's go. Yes, I have Navarra and then Brendan, and yeah. So we'll go to Navarra and Brendan.
Yeah, I've also really appreciated this conversation. And I mean, anytime that I talk with anybody about homelessness, I feel like I both get a million more thoughts and also like try to develop solutions at the same time. So I know it's like always going in a circle. I think something that I was thinking about around providing services is one of the things that has fallen off our radar this year, I think, or I guess last year, is a day shelter or a day facility. And I think the obvious reason is because you really can't have a drop-in center during COVID. It's just not very safe. But the reality is that that was something that we had been thinking about as a city that was going to be one of the, I would say, essential services we were going to help, facilitate in some capacity, recognizing that on the continuum of, unhoused to housed, there's a lot of gray space in the middle where, as Lindsay pointed out, there's going to be many years, especially at the rate we're going, where people are just out on the streets potentially for their whole lives. So I think that that's a challenge that we just have to deal with. But anyhow, so what I'm trying to say is that I think that we had made a commitment to providing or facilitating some services. I think we also do provide services through programs like the community paramedicine program and rediscovery. And I also think that perhaps the definition of emergency is like, I know when I worked at a homeless shelter, we would talk about emergency services in a more broad way than just calling 911, right? And so I think that there's some like maybe jargon terms rather than the very strict definition of an emergency service is calling the police, right? Or, going to the emergency room, right? That an emergency service is shelter, right? Is drop-in centers, is places like the food bank. So we have emergency services because without that extra support, people would be even more in crisis. So So I think that there's some nuance of definition there. And I'm not opposed to changing the word emergency to something more nuanced, right? I think appropriate services would work. I think there's a lot of different terms that would work for that. I think also, as I said before, I think it is important for the city to have a plan. I also think, you know, as we've referenced tonight, we commissioned a plan. We had a study done. So why aren't we enacting the things that we talked about in that plan? You know, we hired a consultant. Somebody spent money on a consultant who put together a plan for us, you know, on what we need to be doing to increase housing units in our community and what kinds. So I guess the question remains, why isn't that on the forefront? We already spent the money. And so I think that, and I also think that nobody works alone. And so I think that's also just an important thing. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Brendan.
Yeah, I think it's really important to recognize or to say that we need to continue taking concrete steps, because like we probably saved a ton of people from going homeless this year through COVID, through our you know, rental assistance and mortgage assistance and utility assistance. So we need to continue taking concrete steps. I think it gives, like wording wise, it just solidifies that we are doing it. You know, it just reflect that we're moving in concrete ways. I also think to support, continue taking concrete steps to support affordable and permanent supportive housing, and helping provide emergency assistance instead of service. Because I think what we're doing was we're like with the rediscovery program and stuff like that, paramedic, para one, that you know, those are like, we're assisting, and yeah, and also the changing the wording to residents experiencing homelessness too. I would agree with that. That point was made earlier.
I want to, I think Mike has his hand up again, but before I do that, I just want to note, if you need to take a quick break while we're doing this, there's no, I think, if we take a solid break and everyone walks away, we gotta kind of regroup. So I think for the sake of time and getting this done, let's treat it like the retreat. And if you take a quick break, or something, refill your water, go to the bathroom, whatever, just do that quickly and then come back. We'll take a solid break when we're done with this agenda item. And also just want to note, in case anyone noticed, Navarra's computer is doing something and she's firing up a new one. So she'll be with us again shortly. She's still on the list, but she's having some computer trouble. So
I've been wordsmithing as you talk. I took out emergency and I put in appropriate. And then I rephrased the residents' experience. Is there any more fatal flaws for anyone?
No, I mean, I keep reading it, and I think what I'm hearing from people is maybe the "and providing" needs to be its own bullet. Doesn't necessarily. I'm just throwing this out there because we want to take concrete steps because we've already taken some. We can see that, but this is what are we going to do the next 2 years? We're going to take concrete steps to increase housing units with a particular focus on affordable housing. that one has some metrics, right? And then we have these other programs that we're doing and other things that sort of fall outside of that relate to the objective. And one other thing I want to say, I appreciate about the word appropriate is we have to remember that we know the context of this conversation, but if you weren't in this meeting and you read this document, how are you going to interpret what we say? And I think that's where Mike's concerned about the word emergency services. It means something very specific to a lot of different people. That may not be the same thing, but I want to be sure that when people pick the strategic plan, they don't think that we're taking over a bunch of other organizations' roles. And so I like this change to appropriate services, because I think it can mean appropriate for the residents and appropriate for the which it matters to me. That looks like. So I want to go back around. Right, we're in the go back around stage. Sorry.
I think we've been around to everyone again except Latricia.
Okay, Latricia, do you want to chime in here? Mike has his hand up.
Helpful.
But let's go to Latricia first.
Well, there's been so much said that I don't know. Are we going to get a follow-up draft of, what's going to come out of our discussion? I mean, as we were sitting here talking, I grabbed the 2019 Housing Action Plan to, what are some of the things that we have done in there, and there's a lot of things that, the city has done. That's great, but one of the last ones in here was issue periodic reports and update the housing action plan on a frequent basis. This was done in 2019. How frequent does it need to be done? I don't know. But there's just so much here. How do we have it into 2 bullets? I don't know. Do we have everything in there that I would like to see? Probably not. Somebody's really, is that you, Jim? Moving your stuff around. There we go. But it just kind of went away. So I really don't have much more to say, except for there's so much in there. There's so much need, and I hope that we'll be able to get it pared down to something that works for our community, and that's what's important, is something that works for our community. I do actually, one thing I did, almost forgot that I was gonna keep in my mind was one of the things that we talked about was identifying, kind of again coordinating where we want housing, where we want transportation. So when we talk about have a safe and affordable place to live, in that plan someplace or throughout that, as council, we're going to have to make sure that as housing develops, that it's in a planned and coordinated way. So I guess that's all I wanted to say.
So I want to not put her on the spot, but I definitely want to give Director Brecky an opportunity to address. There have been a couple comments about the housing needs assessment, and I don't know if you popped up in my screen a couple of times, and that's probably just a random thing, but it reminded me that certainly that falls in your wheelhouse in your department. So I just wanted, if you want to speak to it, I want to give you an opportunity to do that.
I'm happy to do so. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so first of all, I always appreciate hearing from council members, and please realize that it's been very clear that the great stuff that my department works on is at the top of your list. So please know that I've heard that, and we've been thinking about it a lot. This is the first thing I will say. Good news. The state of Washington requires us to work on this. And they do that by requiring a growth management plan, basically, to be updated frequently. I would see at that point, circling back to Councilmember Subb's question on how often we update the housing action plan, I would see it coordinating with our comp plan, basically update in my mind. But the state is going to likely direct us on how they want us to see us do that. So the key is just to be thinking about it and ensuring we are making steps in the right direction. Lastly, I will just say, with all due respect, we are definitely working on the housing action plan. One of the primary things in that plan is talking about code updates and ensuring that development is happening. We have done that. The code updates that we did in both 2017 and then additional cleanup in 2019 have actually created more lots in the city of Port Angeles. So the work is happening, and I recognize it can be seen at an incremental scale, especially when you keep referencing the 549 units, but the reality is our population isn't as much as what that projection is linked to. So we haven't grown as fast as that projection and the plan spoke to. So in theory, we don't need that many housing units. But my point is, we're working on it. We have some really exciting work plan ideas to push forward, and we are all working toward the same goals.
Thank you.
So is it okay for me to take us into the metrics? Or is there any other fatal flaws in this statement, or things that people can't live with in the statement as it stands?
I can't see everyone's face, but I don't see anyone quickly raising their hand. Mike has had his hand up for a minute. If we want to check in with him quickly before we move to metrics, just to be sure.
Yep, go ahead.
Mike.
I don't want to monopolize the meeting. I really appreciate what Allison said. What I would say about the housing action plan is it has tasks. Those tasks, in many cases, I think are really important. And in many cases, they're not getting done because the council doesn't prioritize them. This is our chance to talk about that process. So that's why, and I have some 5 minutes to talk about the homelessness plan from the county, and I won't do that because I don't think that'll be helpful to this. I think the goals we have written down here are good, and I can live with them. But as a council, if we want to say we should be packaging a demonstration project site for affordable housing, that's something the council needs to prioritize.
I think that was one of the metric options, so we'll move into that and see if it rose to the top.
Yeah, so we'll go through it, go look at the metrics, and then I'll come back to this slide one more time, so in case there's any amendments. So we had 16 metrics that everybody took a look at. Is this big enough, or do I need to read them? It's big enough, okay. Other than my spelling. So we had a pretty clear line. So yeah, 17 people did the survey. So, 9 or so is the majority, if you will, of the leadership team and the council who did the survey. So somewhere, I think, in this 9 or 10 range, things start to drop off. But very clear increased percentage of overall housing units, number of unhoused people move into housing, and this is the plan piece. Establish a land use plan and policies that meet housing needs for all demographics over 20 years. So that gets to the earlier conversation. A number of affordable units built, the increase in ADUs and duplexes, the number of units built, an increase in family wage jobs. And then there was complaints around downtown are reduced. And then the increased number of small lots created, as well as a multifamily tax credit project. So that's kind of where I drew a rough line. And you can pull me back, but I'm going to go ahead. And if people need to in the conversation, we can. But so I did something here in the way those were phrased. So we had number of units built and we had percent increase of units built, which are really the same thing. It's just how you show the data. And so if I add those two together, that's the number one by a lot, 65. And all I did is give your number ones 5 points, your number two, your number 5 got 1 point, and added them all together. And so to me, I think there's a pretty clear line around units, people moving into housing who don't have it, the land use plan, the affordable housing units built, and the increase in ADUs and duplexes. I think that the family wage jobs piece is actually part of your capacity goal. It's there. And then complaints and small lots and multifamily tax credit might be more output numbers that are part of the whole story. But so I just wanted to put this in front of you. Oh, with that also the acknowledgement that it doesn't really cover sort of the permanent supportive housing as a metric by itself. But when you talk about your chronically homeless who, get the, most likely to not survive in the elements, getting them into housing captures that in itself as well. So I'll just open it up and see, do we have a set of metrics that you feel like might start to tell the whole story? Again, though, I think we also run into a little bit of the same challenge here around, sort of long-term versus short-term, right? So that's why none of these pound signs or hashtags have a current number, because that's something that really needs to be thought through more. What is an achievable number in 2 years? But there's probably a 5 and a 10-year goal here. To Lindsay's point, there's a lot of different studies that talk about how far behind we are in housing, and you can't do it all in 1 year. So what do you think?
I just want to point out quickly, I think it's really interesting that, so I understand why you included the one with 19, but there's such a clear, hard line between 36 and 19. And I wonder if, I'm just going to throw this out there. And of course, again, it's not my plan, it's our plan. Those top 4, if we just focused on those, because otherwise we're going to get into discussions about, well, should we, I guess how you're framing this matters to me.
That's a good point, Mary.
Also want to be careful.
Sorry, because really you can look at the overall units by type, and so they are the same.
Well, and I guess the only thing I also want to throw out there when we're having this conversation, and so I guess it's sort of my thing, and then I'll open it up for everyone else. And I see Mike's hand is already raised. Is if this is our metric, I just want to be really sure that we're comfortable that we're choosing metrics that are completely within the city's wheelhouse, and that we can directly impact. And that we're not building the metric in a way that we're just not able to get to. I guess that's what I'm. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike, and then we'll go to Brendan, and I'll keep looking for hands.
I'm not super concerned with metrics. These are interesting data that I would love to see in the next update of our housing action plan. But that's for whoever the consultant is to hire to collect. The one point that I kind of wanted to make is when you look at number of affordable units built, who do we think is building those units? The private market really isn't building those units, guys. Like, is Habitat for Humanity is going to build some amount of units? But other than that, if whatever projects the housing authority decides to take on, they're building units. But no, unless we build those units, they're not going to really get built on a large scale. So if we want to see the number of affordable units built go up, we got to build them, or we're going to partner with somebody to build them.
Right. Well, looking at the scale of the dollars you have available, even below that, the lowest income, most unable to meet their own needs, the most likely to die in the elements. might get you to that permanent supportive version of affordable. Others?
Okay, let's go to Brendan and then Lindsay.
I think some of the underlayment, some of this stuff is already being rolled out, like the increased ADUs, like we've increased variances in the planning commission for lots, and then like Allison said earlier, like lot size, like we've divided up lot sizes. So a lot of that stuff is like we've made it, so now we're waiting for them to come in hopes that they come. And there's interesting. I was in Vancouver, BC, right before the pandemic, February of last year, and they were building a skyscraper with like condos that were $250,000, and then at the bottom floor was like a soup kitchen and a emergency shelter. And in other cities, they're prioritize, when a building's built or condominiums or stuff like that, a certain percentage of those units are affordable. But like I think we if we want to do affordable housing, we just we'll lay down that framework and then also try to find partners that or make it appealing to people. No.
There's a whole conversation embedded in that, Brendan. So there's definitely some ideas there. Others?
Lindsay is next.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the language we're using here when we talk about affordable units. So affordability is the cost of the unit and the income of the household that lives in that unit. So generally affordability is seen as around 30% or less of a household's income is going to housing. So $1 million home is affordable to a certain population of people. It's just not affordable to the population of folks who we're talking about when we're thinking affordable units. So the census data every year has an entry for the number of households with gross rent equal to or greater than 35%, which is close enough for our affordability issue. So that is data that we easily have in Column County. And just for reference, it's most recently 3,700 households in Column County don't have affordable rent or mortgages. So what we probably want to define affordable units in that way. Yeah, probably just that metric from the census, or another way to look at it would be looking at affordable for people at, say, 25% of the, 80% of AMI, area median income, maybe would be a good metric for it. We could also look at it at different levels. Is there enough housing for people who are at 30% area median income? What I've heard a lot of folks say is that the private market will not build housing for people at 30% or below area median income. So that's where it becomes essential for government to provide, and that's where we're really talking about permanent supportive housing, chronically homeless folks, for the most part, not to generalize. I do think it is valuable for us to collect. I mean, we do know about ADUs and duplexes. That's data we have, so that's easy for us to get that. We know about the total housing units. That's data we have. It'd be nice to know when we collect it about how many units are in the multi-unit buildings, because we don't really, like we have 2 there from last year, but we don't know how many units that is. Going back to the affordable units, that data is actually going to be a little tricky unless, Allison, Nathan, or others know, but we don't really know how much places rent for. So figuring out if it's affordable in Port Angeles is going to be harder on a 2-year timescale. The data I mentioned was only for the county, not for the city. I do appreciate that we're talking about looking at our land use plan and policies over the long haul. I agree with Director Brecky that this is something that is in our comprehensive plan. And at the same time, I don't feel like our land use map really drills down to this question of, does it all add up in the end? Does the population and the demographics of the population actually match what we're looking at building out at what densities throughout the city to actually add up when we really get out there?
Well, so the only thing I would say is around the 33 or 35% is that's a great goal for a middle income family, but if you're a really low income family, I would be thinking more like 25% because none of the other costs go down with your wage.
That's a great point. Thanks. But those are the folks paying 50% plus in housing.
Right. And what's that? So if they're on the $900 Social Security, a $300 unit, you got to subsidize it or you can't build it, right? Other comments on the metrics?
Latricia, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess I'm going back to, my comment or my quick overview of, hey, I took a look at the housing plan and the comment from Mike. And, I think there's task 6 and 7 as part of our metrics that, it hasn't been done that I know of. A lot of the other tasks in there have been. I don't know, these are probably the harder of the tasks to complete. Creating, assess partnership opportunities, assess and mitigate, environmental impacts, but create development solutions for the property, develop property under alternative scenarios. There's just things in there, package a demonstration project site. I think we've done a lot of those, and I think what we're talking about here, number of unhoused people moved to housing, affordable housing units. I truly think that maybe we need to go back to this housing plan and see if those tasks somehow tie into this housing objective. And maybe that's where we bring those partnerships where we talked about in our number 5, we bring the housing authority together with the private development, with Habitat for Humanity. I know Habitat for Humanity has tended to focus on land where they're building houses, but maybe we need to focus on where everybody partners together to where those overall infrastructure costs come down to build a mixed use area, and instead of focusing on, okay, well, these houses are $350,000 homes, and you have over on this street, you have your $125,000 homes. Maybe we mix everything up. I remember in orchestra, Mr. Jones always would pair up somebody who wasn't a strong player with somebody who was a strong player. And I remember always complaining, gosh, why am I sitting back here? And he always told me this, Tricia, I put you next to somebody who needs to be built up, and you're a strong player, and you could do that. And so I was just like, oh, okay. And so I understood why he did it, and I didn't mind. But I think that's the same thing when we have these mixed use demonstration projects. Again, going back to number 5, partnering with number 1 is what's going to help us get probably to where we need to be eventually in the future. Are we going to do it in 2 years? I don't know. It's a tough problem to solve, and we are going to do our darndest and work really hard at it.
Well, you articulated, I think, really well why none of these 4 objectives are more important than the other, right? Like they all tug and pull back and forth on each other. but also to the point around the housing needs assessment, it will be good during the work plan process to have staff take a critical look at that with these and make sure that they align and there's not some, you're not setting yourself in a different track with one or the other. So really good points. Anything else on these?
Yeah, I want to go to Allison, and I just really want to quickly touch on what Latricia said, because I think I agree with a lot of what you said, and I think a lot of that is what we're going to see when the work plan comes back to us, because that is an ongoing project. And I think that ties in. Some of this conversation ties in, and then going back to when we see that, to Mike's point that some of this may come down to council saying, well, yes, we're going to prioritize X over Y, so that staff has the time to do the things that we've prioritized and that we're not asking for 800 things. Because we've also got the capacity piece, right? That we're we want to do all the things, and I think staff does too. But I want to go to Allison real quickly, because you've had your hand up for a while.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just quickly, I thank you to our host. I think it's Daniel. He shared the definition we have for affordable housing currently in our code. So we have that defined. If we're eager to change that, then we should think about doing it in our code. I am stuck on something that Madam Mayor said earlier. And she said that, she hopes that whatever we have listed here is something that we, the city of Port Angeles, can actually ensure or help happen. So are we developing housing? No. We have been, our consensus, I believe, as a council and the city is to not be a developer. So we have to realize that as we put down a metric that we're increasing housing units, the city of Port Angeles is not doing that. Technically, okay? We are relying on the market and we are relying on others to do that. Land use tools to help point is not helping enough. We have a significant cost challenge. It is too expensive to build housing, especially in Port Angeles. And when the codes change, it will become even harder. So I just want us to be aware of that. When I'm talking to people in the community, I would say it's the cost of development, and that can be, described in varying ways, as well as the inability to have confidence in the Port Angeles market. There are many people who are unsure that if they put lots out for sale, are they going to get a good return? There continues to be this question of whether or not Port Angeles is really happening and things are going to actually go up in terms of lot or land value. We have consistently stayed very low in land value compared to the county and SWIM. So that's just something I hear about, but I just want to emphasize to us as we talk about this, and I'm preparing metrics for you, it's all dependent on what people want to do. So in a way, you kind of have to, adjust it a little bit differently. And maybe it is more like task 6, where you just basically you do the project demonstration project and you bring in a developer to do it. That's what that means. Because in my opinion, outside of Peninsula Housing Authority, you're not going to see a multifamily housing project emerge in terms of new construction. So that's the last thing in terms of what I will say in terms of tracking. It's a little bit trickier than what we're simply describing. For example, a remodel of an apartment building, okay? I'm not tracking how many units are in that apartment building. I can try to start to, but that's just also something that we need to think about as I'm hearing you all discuss just the importance of this tracking piece.
Yeah, and I think to your point, you can monitor the big picture as best you can, but then maybe there are some places that you can specifically influence, you know, at the project scale, for sure. You know, you have a piece of land, get a development agreement, figure out who's going to build on it, or whatever that is. But that's some good points, Allison.
Yeah, this Charlie. Those points Allison are bringing up are totally the hurdles we have to cross or get rid of in order to make this happen. I agree. The contractors I talked to, they would rather build in the county than the city. And we've got to find a way to incentivize or create some incentives to have them want to build within the city. It's just, this is a huge hurdle. This is a huge objective. It has a lot of hurdles in the way. So that's my concern.
Well, and to that concern, you know, the staff will be challenged to put some numbers on here, you know, in 2 years, you know, what is attainable in these 4 metrics, and what's in your control, because you have to be able to kind of achieve attainability and be able to monitor it, right? Folks okay with it as it is right now?
Well, Brendan and Navarro both have their hands up, and I just wanted to comment on a couple of things really quickly, if I could. I just wanted to clarify, and you can just nod your head and I can say it out loud, with Allison, that just because we've talked about a lot of codes tonight, that the code you were referring to that will make development more expensive is the incoming building code that we've talked about recently. Okay, thank you. Not to be confused with our municipal code. And then I also feel like I'm sort of throwing a wrench in here, but I think, again, I don't know how to measure it, but I think an important metric that I think can be just included in these metrics maybe is, and I thought of it based on someone's comment, but like if we're talking about number of affordable units built, well, we definitely want to see an increase if that's something we can measure and if that's something we can do. But I also think at the same time, we've talked a lot about not losing units to that. And so I think from a policy level, there are certainly things we could do, and I don't want to go into them, but I think we've all had conversations around policy things we could do to also ensure that we're not losing units to they're just not good enough anymore, or someone buys the apartment building and rehabs it to a point that it's no longer meeting our affordability standard and it's become higher end. Now that's still keeping units, but anyway, and I could see Allison like, oh geez, but I think that we also know that there are buildings that with some rehab could become units again, right? They still exist. And so I think if we focus only on new, build, we also may be missing that what is currently existing but not in use, and I am just going to throw one out because I think we've all received some comments about it this week. We know that we've lost some of the smaller homes in our community that could be relatively inexpensive rentals that are being run as short-term rentals, whether they should be or not. And so I think I guess I'm talking myself into, never mind, I'm just going to stop because I'm heading into the weeds. But I think that those are just some things I'm thinking about in terms of these particular metrics that we could influence. And I just want to make sure that if we think that matters, that we include some way to identify that we're not just talking about new, but also and maybe those count as new because they're not currently in use. I'm okay with that too, but I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
And so I captured them both in the metric comments, and then I do want to lift up that sort of first one. You know, when the new projects in your downtown come online, people are going to invest in downtown, And that you're going to see that flipping of some of the smaller buildings. And that's something to think about with the money you have, is whether there's a way to help with relocation when that does happen, because it will happen and it'll hit you like a ton of bricks, right? So just to kind of throw that out there as part of the conversation. But I captured them both in affordable, but I think they also fit in the larger overall housing numbers too. So just to say that.
Yeah. The good news is we don't actually have a whole lot of housing downtown to be displaced at this point. And maybe we'll actually get some new units out of some of that rehab space that isn't currently being used as housing, that could very easily be used as housing, that people will want to choose because of that improvement. I've taken a lot of time. So I see Navarra, you have your hand up.
Thanks. First, I just want to apologize and say that I may have left things on a more abrupt note than I had wanted to earlier. And that was because I had a flickering computer screen that then went totally black, and I just panicked. So I'm on a different computer now. So my apologies for that. I'm back. I wanted to hit on what Charlie mentioned earlier, that I think that when we're talking about the number or percentage of increase in overall housing units, I think that we've identified a lot of those hurdles, and now we get to think about how to overcome them, right? We all know they're there, and that's kind of the exciting part, I think. I mean, certainly challenging. I don't want to minimize that. But I see this as a way of being able to quantify our successes, right? When we're able to say, you know, we've decided that, you know, we're going to sell some city property for affordable housing, right? And sell it at a really low price, or we're going to divest these resources, or we're going to, you know, there's so many different solutions that we've all talked about to some of the problems, you know, to be able to really incentivize building in our community. I think another part of it that just strikes me again and again is our partnerships, right? Man, what a great thing to partner with the county on, talking with them about how we can incentivize people building in Port Angeles. I mean, you know, we have a commissioner, right? Like we have people who we could be talking to. I'm pretty sure that the Peninsula Housing Authority keeps track on their website. I know because I've looked for housing there, that they have a list of affordable rentals that you can rent from. And I think that some of the partners that we've talked about tonight have a lot of the resources that we can build on to get some of those preliminary data points, right, especially around affordability. But I see it as, you know, a lot of the things that we've talked about, and certainly that Allison mentioned as some real and certainly very big challenges that we have. I think it will be very meaningful when we're able to, we've identified them, we all know what they are, and when we're able to show the community, like, and we overcame that, I think that will be so powerful. And I think that having numbers to speak to that will just really add. And I really do believe that, you know, like I just calculated it, as of January, I have just come out of, I am now paying 30% of only 30% of my income in rent. And that isn't to say anything about utilities, which should be in that number, right? And it's very odd to be on city council and have a good paying job in Port Angeles and also be one of the people who is like could qualify for affordable housing. And my landlord hasn't raised rent. Hopefully he won't raise rent, but he hasn't raised rent. And I think that it's those kinds of things and people in our community that are certainly trying to keep, houses affordable. So anyhow, I think that there are a lot of really hopeful things and a lot of challenges. And anyhow, this is a very long-winded way of saying that I think these metrics are good ones. And I think that they will be very powerful ones when we're done.
Okay, I feel like I've sort of lost where we are in this process. So, sorry.
So I haven't heard anyone throw out the top 4, which makes me feel like we're pretty good with them in capturing all the questions that went with that, right? So I'll take off my share and we'll just see if we have consensus. Mike?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Very predictable. Okay. So we have enough to go on there. Nathan, anything else you need on metrics before I go back to the word slide one more time?
Did you want something that moves us forward or takes us backwards? I will just say that, you know, one thing that I would stress is what Navarra just shared is really valuable. And I think that there is a metric, for example, that we have been tracking in the affordability index that takes a look at what individuals are paying into housing, utilities, and other regular needs. And to me, that's important because it ties us into the finance department. I think it's also really important how pertinent this conversation is to public works and utilities, and that ultimately many of those utility costs very much result in the costs of housing at the end of the day. So if I were in a dream world, I would go back and want to create metrics for a couple other departments, not to mention our paramedicine program and rediscovery program. But those are things that staff can do regardless of where we end up tonight.
Can I
would say capture that and like, because it starts to become part of like, do the families have enough to meet their needs? And maybe there's a metric that kind of crosses, you know, all of the goal areas or something like that. So.
Well, and I was just, to Nathan's point, we're coming to some consensus on this, but we're not adopting anything tonight, right? So maybe staff comes up with some super amazing things that we didn't think about in our Kahoot that we all say, yeah, that's awesome. Let's include those when we adopt it. So, I certainly would be open to that since we're not done with the process tonight.
That's why you hire them and pay them the big bucks. Okay, so back to the goal. Does it work for you? I can see you all. Can you give me a thumb? Charlie, what do you got? Okay, Brendan? Did we lose Brendan? I saw everybody else's thumb except Brendan.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So I think we have a goal, realizing that maybe there's a wording tweak in there to make it stronger with the same meaning. So we'll leave it as it is for now. And so that takes us to next steps. So we have tonight, which is a really good conversation. I actually really appreciate the level of conversation here in a business meeting. It's not very normal, I don't think, for a lot of city councils, and it can be productive, and it was. So we have a resolution coming on March 2nd to adopt the strategic plan. Leadership team will provide a work plan on March 16th. And then you get to the fun part, to Navarra's point of implementing this and getting to the exciting parts that actually make these things come to life. And then you'll be celebrating and figuring out what you're going to do next in winter of 2023. So with that, I'll turn the meeting back over to Nathan, and I'm happy I'll stay on in case there's any housekeeping, but I really appreciate this and look forward to seeing the final product.
Thank you, Jim.
Mayor and council, if I can just jump in, we so appreciate Jim's work on this, his facilitation. And Jim, just thank you so much for your hard work on this and really appreciate it. On March 2nd, our plan is to draft a resolution that reflects what council agreed on tonight. And we'll be presenting that to you and providing that as part of your March 2nd packet. So we're looking forward to the next conversation on strategic planning And I think that concludes this item for this evening.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jim. And for sticking with us for so long tonight. Appreciate it.
No problem. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's late, but I know some people could not get away during that. And so I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break. Just because I think we need to stand up, stretch your legs, refill your water, whatever you need to do. And then we'll come back and go to late items and consent agenda. All right, thank you all. I know it's feel like a weird time to take 5 minutes because it's so late, but I'm going to wait till I see a few more faces just to make sure people are back. Let's see. Just wait another 2 seconds. Okay, let's go ahead. So we are now at the top of our agenda at D, late items. And I do just want to note also that by our procedure, we need to have a second public comment by council rules and procedure before 9:45. So I think we'll be fine, but I just want to just throw that out there for timing issues. Okay, so late items. Are there any late items from staff? No?
No late items from staff. My apologies. Didn't put the mouse to work.
That's okay. I see Lindsay, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess given the hour, I don't want to add this to this meeting agenda, but I'd like us to consider it at a subsequent meeting, which is forming a policy committee for council and staff to work through the policy details that we'll likely be hearing from with Madrona Law and Makers Architects, so that we can formulate stuff and bring it to the whole body, not necessarily have 3-hour-long conversations like we just had.
Fair enough. Okay. Can I see a thumbs up? And then Mike and Brendan, if you just want to say, yeah, that sounds good, we can put it on a future agenda, the discussion about a policy committee. Okay.
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. We got consensus on that. So, so let's try to put that on a March agenda as a discussion item. Okay. And Brendan, go ahead.
Yeah, I would also like to add a late item for a topic of discussion for a future agenda on exploring possibilities of blockchain integration into the city.
Okay. Is there consensus on adding that for a topic of discussion? And for me, that would certainly be a topic of some education around that, because I don't know what it is, and I feel like I should, but anyway, I don't know what it is. So is there any interest from council in discussing a blockchain at a future meeting? Some thumbs up or thumbs down? Anyone? Okay. I see a thumbs up from Lindsay. Mike, I can't see you. Do you have a up or down? Yes or no? I know he was having some connection issues, so maybe he still is. We have Latricia. I mean, I'm interested in hearing about it, so I'm willing to go with that. And Brendan, you're obviously a yes. So so we can do that also. So we've got both of those for addition to future agenda. Great. Okay, thank you. And thank you both for being flexible about not doing them tonight. All right, let's move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would, actually quickly before we do that, Nathan, do you have any points of clarification that you want based on those late items?
Madam Mayor, not at this time. I might reach out to the council members introducing those items if I need additional details before the meetings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I would move to add the equipment purchase replacement of solid waste division vehicle number 1081 to the consent agenda.
All right. I see a thumbs up from Mike, a nod from Navarra, a thumbs up. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. Thank you for that recommendation. I was hoping someone would make it. Okay, I will add that and I will read the consent agenda. I keep wanting to mute myself, but this is not the time. Okay, the consent agenda for tonight is the expenditure report from January 23rd, 2021 to February 5th, 2021 in the amount of $2,345,925.63. Clallam Economic Development Council 2021 partnership contract Utility wooden pole testing 2021 contract final acceptance. Equipment purchase replacement of street division vehicle number 4701. Equipment purchase replacement of Parks Department vehicle number 1887. Tree trimming 2020 contract final acceptance. And equipment purchase replacement of solid waste division vehicle number 1081. We have a motion to approve. Oh, actually, quick, any conversation or question quickly for clarification? I see, Brendan, you have your hand raised, so I just reminded me of that.
Yeah. I just want to point out the Clallam Economic Development Council partnership. I think this is really great. I enjoy Coffee with Colleen. I watch it twice a month, at least trying to just get caught up. I believe in what they're doing. I feel like they have a really tenacious in their approach, and I think it's money well spent. I'm looking forward to that partnership and the fruits that come from it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, then I would also at any point entertain a motion to adopt.
Move to adopt.
Second this, Charlie.
Okay, so Lindsay makes the motion, Charlie seconds. Okay, anyone opposed to approving the consent agenda as read, please state your opposition. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And that brings us to council reports. Thank you for building an agenda that allowed us to have a robust discussion about the strategic plan. I think that was really important, and I appreciate that we have now accomplished all of the to-dos on our list. So council reports, let's go, and just remembering that we have, we may need to pause for public comment. Maybe we should just, yeah, I'm gonna do, it's so close to 9:30, I feel like we should do public comment now and then go to council reports. I think that's a kinder way to do it. I don't know if you are, we don't have any callers. I figured out now that I can see that, at least I'm pretty sure. So if you have a comment you would like to make and you're an attendee, you can raise your hand with the little hand icon and we will call on you. And if you are on the phone, you can dial *3 and raise your hand and we will call on you. I'll wait just a moment to see if anyone is there. And last time the person who raised their hand on the phone showed up on the attendee list and their hand was visible right away. So I don't see anyone. Okay, so let's move on to council reports. And noting that the time is 9:30. Oh, I guess I need to call on someone. Let's go alphabetical by first name this time. I feel like I should be consistent, but I kind of like mixing it up. That's the only part that we can mix up. So Brendan, go ahead.
All right, this council report is going to be pretty brief, like most of my council reports. I had the opportunity to go volunteer at Food Not Bombs over the weekend. I took my wife and my daughter, and we made chili that morning and went out. Food Not Bombs is it's an anarchist organization, I guess, as much as you can have an anarchist organization for providing food for people instead of bombs. So it's a protest organization that provides food, basically. Movement has no headquarters, no positions of leadership, and they use consensus to make decisions. But yeah, we all showed up and served some food, had a good turnout. It was at Webster Park, and it was snowing. It was actually really nice. It was calm snow, and people showed up that were hungry and they got hot food. So that was really great. I just wanted to highlight that. And one thing that struck me is really their lack of access to be able to wash their hands. So they were eating with pretty gross black hands. Some people had pretty bad hand hygiene, and especially during now, it's really tough to see that. The other thing, on one of the other committees I'm on is I'm on the board of the Peninsula Area Public Access, and we started our work session over the weekend adjusting the bylaws because they were made for a different time. and we needed to adjust those bylaws to represent content creation and today and where that's at to where it was when PAPA was last adjusted their bylaws. So it's a continuing process. We only got through like 4 pages. This is 12-page bylaws, but it's really good to see people getting on board and people who weren't brushed up on the bylaws being brushed up on bylaws and making adjustments. So all in all, and it was good. And tomorrow's transit. I have a transit board meeting at Clallam Transit, and I'm excited for that meeting. So I'll give you an update on that next time.
Thank you, Brendan. Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Madam Mayor. There was no solid waste committee meeting. We're going to have our first one of the year in March. Downtown Association has not met this year. They will be meeting in March. And I wanted to pass on, I sent some invitations to City Council just now and to Nathan. Nathan, if you could share with staff, Norma Turner is wanting to give tours of the Boys and Girls Club on the week of the 22nd through the 26th. So I sent you some details on how she's going to go about doing that. If you are interested, please respond to her and let her know or call her, and she will set up no more than 3 council people at a time, of course. So I think it's like 30 minutes for a tour. I know I'm going to go see it because I'm looking forward to seeing that facility. And other than that, we'll be having our shore aquatic meeting next week, Latricia. So other than that, that's all I can report for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Charlie. Latricia.
Nice segue into me, Charlie. Thanks. I really, again, my meetings are later in this month, but I did attend the AWC legislative, their event that they held. It was a great kind of a reminder of how do you connect with your legislative state legislatures. They provide you recommendations. They kind of teach you about the legislative session, your biennial budget. That this year legislatures are looking at virtual sessions. Kind of give you an overview of how a budget is kind of created. What are some of the AWC priorities, their legislative tools. It was a great session to attend on the 10th, and then on the 11th, as part of the crew that participated in meetings with our representative Derringer and Chapman, and had some discussions with them. And then we had our strategic plan work sessions, which those were really great. So those are the things that I've been kind of busy with the city, and then trying to respond to emails and trying to get some reading in more on the Madrona stuff. So, other than that, sounds like I haven't done much, huh? No meetings to attend, but there's been lots of things to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Latricia. Lindsay, go ahead.
Hi. I know I said earlier about the 3-hour strategic planning conversation that we just had, as if that was a bad thing. I do think it's valuable for us to have those robust conversations as a whole group. We have no opportunity other than at an open public meeting for all 7 of us to talk about policies. And so I'm glad that we can have those conversations. I really appreciated the leadership retreat, the strategic planning retreat that we had 2 weeks ago now. It's a little hard I'm in pandemic fatigue. But I'm so thankful that we can have that time together. And I also really want to thank the city's leadership team from the staff side that participated and expressed ideas and input into that this has to be a collaboration between council and staff. And so I like where this process is going, and I'm looking forward to seeing final products. Our facilitator might have gotten more time than he was planning for tonight, but he probably should have known us by now that we are very engaged in this stuff. Last week, I participated in both the Association of Washington City Action Days, as well as Washington Low Income Housing Alliance's Housing and Homelessness Action Days. So I had the opportunity to speak with all three of our representatives, and also hear a number of other state legislative members talk about issues around housing. So I'll share a little bit more of that after sharing other things. Earlier today, I was invited to testify on House Bill 1099, which concerns adding community resilience to the Growth Management Act, only for 10 counties, not Clallam County or jurisdictions in Clallam County. But Carl Schroeder from AWC also testified in support of that. It was a really good reminder that most of who the legislature is hearing from are paid lobbyists. And so it's really valuable for people on the ground, people in local elected office to speak up on things that are important for us, instead of letting, frankly, industry paid lobbyists say what's good for cities or not good for cities. I'm meeting with somebody from Flush, Public Health Hygiene Lets Us Stay Human, tomorrow morning about bathrooms. If anyone else is interested in that, please let me know. I look forward to Transit Week with Clallam Transit and the Peninsula Regional Transit Organization, with Council Member Meyer, my partner in public transportation advocacy at both of those. I also am really looking forward to, and I hope everyone saw this email, the American Planning Association's Washington Chapter Peninsula Section Planners Forum on housing equity on Monday, and a huge shout out to our own Ben Broderick for organizing that and being the Peninsula Section president. I was able to attend some of the forum on climate in the fall, and this one seems like it will be equally valuable. So I'm really looking forward to that. Also next week, I'll be speaking on a panel on affordable housing, specifically looking at what Clallam County can be doing. Well, more of what Clallam County can be doing on the evening of Thursday, February 25th. So back to housing in the state. So context, every month during the pandemic, about $100 million of rent arrears are generated between renters and landlords. So that's now $1 billion statewide over the course of the pandemic. So the big issue is what's going to happen. We talk about this eviction tsunami that will come when the eviction moratorium is lifted. I don't hear the legislators talking about that $1 billion being part of their the state budget shortfall. So I'm pretty pessimistic, and I think that the legislature isn't going to find a financial solution to that. So that then leaves us with actually two big variables. One is, how do landlords get made whole, or as close to that as possible? And the second is that what happens to tenants, particularly tenants who can't pay. When we're talking about that $1 billion at this point, it's 500,000 tenants. It's more than 500,000 tenants in Washington who are not able to afford their rent. About half of those folks are behind on rent, and the other half are digging into their savings or selling their assets in order to continue to pay rent. So it's 250,000 people or so who are actually behind on rent and therefore eligible for eviction once the eviction moratorium lifts. I think it would be valuable for us to think about these as two separate issues, recognizing that it is just triage. So one of the issues is the finances. The other issue is the evictions. That if a landlord evicts a tenant, they're not gonna get paid if the tenant wasn't able to get paid. That's not very common. What can happen is that the landlord then can relet the apartment to somebody else. But the reason why most of these people have not been able to pay is because they haven't been able to work during the pandemic. So presumably once people are able to start working, people will be able to start paying rent again. The problem is what happens to the past due rent. Under Washington Landlord Tenant Act now, if you're behind on just $1 of rent, you're eligible for eviction. So I think what's probably going to happen, or hopefully our best option at this point out of this legislative session, and I'm saying this as if like I have a crystal ball, which I obviously don't. So take this with a big grain of salt there, is some kind of requirement from the state legislature that landlords and tenants enter into a financial repayment plan, and the landlord has to make a good faith effort to do that or something like that prior to seeking evictions. I think that's included in Senator Kuderer's substitute Senate Bill 5160, which is a pretty comprehensive landlord-tenant reform bill. That's Senate Bill 5160. It was in the Senate Ways and Means Committee today. I don't know what happened to it out of that. But really, you know, if we don't see some kind of requirement of financial repayment planning between landlords and tenants, I think we could see that eviction moratorium. I'm not sure though that that's really going to work for landlords in order to get the money they're owed back. So I don't. Maybe that's going to be a solution that the legislature works on in the 2022 legislative session. I don't know, but what I've come to realize is by evicting people, landlords aren't necessarily going to get that money. And they might be less likely than if they left people in housing once people are able to start working after we move, into higher phases with the pandemic. But overall, I just don't see the legislature kind of taking that on as a responsibility. So really it's, who gets the short end of the stick between the landlords and the tenants, or both, which I think both is really a likely situation, because it's not necessarily true that evicting your tenant is going to recoup the loss that tenant owes. So I don't know. It's a really unfortunate situation there. I think, I'm saying it's the state legislature, but as we all know, the state legislature doesn't have the same kind of fiscal and monetary flexibility that the federal government has. So really, I should probably be in Congress, but it's certainly not us. That's the bottom line. I think we've done a lot to try to keep people out of owing past due rent, and unfortunately, it's certainly not enough when you look at the statewide situation. So I'll stop blabbling on and turn it over to whoever's next. Thanks.
Thank you, Lindsay. Mike, go ahead.
Report.
All right, Navarra.
Great. Well, I also attended the AWC lobby days, and I had the pleasure of being on a call with Chief Smith about some of the bills around police accountability and reforms. And it was really fabulous. And it was particularly fabulous to have Chief Smith on that call. I think he may have been the only current police chief who was there. And I think that really said a lot about our city and the kind of ways that we hope that we really value the partnerships and the leadership of our city staff. And so I was just really struck by that. The bills were really interesting to hear about, and hear about the ways that the different work groups are working with the legislators to amend bills that I think would be very meaningful. One of the things that I shared too was around accreditation and how our police department, and I think all of us are very proud of our accredited status, and that, we are one of a very small few agencies who are accredited. And, how do we go from being just a leader to help other departments be accredited or move towards that standard? And so Chief Smith and I are on a call on Friday with one of the representatives who is sponsoring some of this legislation, Representative Jesse Johnson from Federal Way. And so we'll, I think, be speaking about the accreditation process. So I'm really looking forward to that. And yeah, it was really great to hear from folks and hear about some of those bills. And I'm sure that Chief Smith would have many more updates around them, so I don't want to butcher what happened. So I'm just going to move on to the Board of Health. We had a really great discussion today. The first thing I'll say is that we have a new member. Her name is Shahida Sharir. I hope I'm pronouncing her last name correctly. And she will be our, she just has to be approved by the county commissioners. And after that, she'll be a member of the Board of Health going forward. So we're really excited to have her. We had a really long conversation, a very valuable conversation around a letter that Commissioner Kate Dean wrote, and the bills going through House Bill, I think it's 1152, around regionalization of public health. And you know, we went around and talked about a lot of the issues and challenges around regionalization, and basically where we have landed is that the train's leaving the station, regionalization, the bill is moving forward with or without us, and we would like to have a seat at the table. And if we're talking about regionalization, we would like to be the Board of Health would like to be part of that team to make sure that it, even if it isn't maybe the best case scenario, we want to make sure that it works for our community. So through that, a work group was created, and they made a lot of very substantial recommendations and changes to the original bill that Dr. Berry was speaking fairly favorably about, that the original wording of the bill was less than ideal, and the new words are much more positive, specifically around things like keeping a local health officer while also having you know, a regional health liaison. So we would still maintain our control over our public health department, which I think is all of our public health officers in our region feel very strongly about, particularly around our pandemic response, which I will get to in a little bit. And talking about the ways that in the past, you know, when folks come in from Seattle to help out with our public health issues here, it's just never successful. And, you know, they aren't from the community, they don't know our folks, they don't know the challenges that rural people are facing around issues of public health. And Dr. Berry specifically told us of an example where, you know, someone, like the state had hired people from Seattle to help with our HIV response. So when someone on the West End, you know, was dealing with an HIV positive diagnosis, they sent somebody from Seattle to help them navigate, you know, the public health system here, which just obviously was ineffective. No offense to the people, you know, I'm sure very dedicated caseworkers who were working with that person. However, having local people in the community who know what it's like here is just so invaluable. So things like that will remain. Hopefully, if this goes through the way it's written now, things like that will remain local. One of the other big pushes that it will make is to diversify boards of public health, including making sure that there's tribal representation on the board. So just like the 3 cities all rotate, you know, every 2 years, there's, you know, the cities take turns of who their liaison is. I think it'd be similar with representation from various tribes. But so that's one of the ways that things are moving forward. And then it would also ask that one of the seats of the board, either an additional position or, you know, a reworking of the position, is for somebody who is impacted by public health. And so they listed a lot of different metrics for that. But, one of the metrics that they listed was folks who are part of the WIC program, or other kinds of public health programs who are intimately involved with those. So I think really valuable ways that we certainly could, improve the leadership of boards, would give them a little bit more maybe thoughtfulness, particularly in other areas that don't have a lot of diversity on their boards of public health, or who haven't tried to put in place things like we have. Like, apparently it is not a requirement for cities to have a representative on the Board of Health. So things like that, that I think are very valuable to have. So anyhow, we have signed on as the Board of Health to this letter that is regional. It went to essentially all of the regional partners in Clallam and Jefferson County, basically to show that our two counties have been working together. We do work together. We already have a lot of regional support in our two counties. And then Kitsap is also sort of looped into that. I think, so we strategized at the Board of Health of who would be reaching out to who. So I know that Kate, I feel like you would probably give a Port Angeles update on that, so I will just leave that to you. But we do have a lot of other partners that other members of the board are reaching out to. Now onto the pandemic response. We're in the moderate risk category. Our case rates have been, dare I say, steadily declining. We're at 51 per 100,000 as of today, which I would say is very exciting. And that we want to keep that in a downward trajectory. Right now is not the time to not wear your mask anymore. It is the time to continue to wear it, especially as more folks are getting vaccinated. We don't have any hospitalizations right now in our county, which I think is also very exciting. We also are at a 1.6 positivity rate. We should, the ideal is to be under 2%, so we're there. So we're really doing quite well. 25% of our population, or 19,355 people, have received their first dose of the vaccine, and 6% are fully vaccinated. So that also is really fabulous. And we are leading the state in pandemic response with Garfield County, I think, as Mark Ozias said earlier, a distant second at 20%. So we are outperforming other counties by far, which also speaks to the fact that what we are doing here in relation to public health, at least in this pandemic, is working. The state's rates of vaccinations are 10% have received their first dose statewide, all the counties together. And we are also the most efficient distributors of vaccines among the counties as well. So when we get the vaccine, we make sure it gets out to folks. I'm trying to read my notes. I do want to note that it was said a few times in our meeting, and it's worth repeating now and a million times more, that we would not be where we're at in relation to our vaccine numbers if it wasn't for the Jamestown tribe. And certainly our other healthcare providers as well, including OMC, the Forks Hospital, known, but particularly the Jamestown tribe has not just gone above and beyond, but has just been such a dedicated partner to the entire region. And I mean, I can't say thank you enough. I don't think anybody can. I know that when there's been some shortages in other areas, they have given folks their vaccines to make sure that the people can, people who signed up can continue to get vaccinated. And so I think it's, it's worth repeating every meeting. We talked about, so some of the things that are happening is that we are giving out about 4,500 doses per week in Clallam County, and we hope to continue that. And if we stay at that rate, we will have everyone vaccinated, or by the end of June. So that, again, like, very good news to hear. We are moving and we have 70% of folks over 65 vaccinated. And Dr. Berry is hoping to reach 75% before we move on to the next category, which will be in the next week or so. And so by the beginning of March, we will start vaccinating the B2 group, which is critical infrastructure workers over 50. And in that group, there's some flexibility of who we can vaccinate, and we will also be vaccinating everyone at the prison and jails, and all of the the entire agricultural community out in Forks, specifically because they are in jobs where socially distancing is nearly impossible. And then we can move on to the rest of people. If you have questions about the different tiers, please reach out and ask. I won't bore everyone with the rest of it. The other two things I will briefly add is that double masking was mentioned today, that those are some of the recommendations from the CDC, is that if you, if you're wearing a surgical mask, and if you're like me, it just doesn't fit your face very well, where there's a lot of air coming in at the sides, you should wear a cloth mask over it, or tie knots at the back so that your mask fits better. So just to make sure that there's less airflow going in, doubling up on your mask is totally fine and acceptable and even encouraged. And then, so I guess 3 more things, so very quickly. The other thing is that after you're vaccinated, there's been new guidance from the CDC that says if you were exposed to the virus, you no longer, after vaccination, you're vaccinated fully, 2 doses, and you were exposed to the virus, you no longer need to quarantine, which is a very new recommendation that they've released. So that was good to hear. And it's based on the data of people being vaccinated. So now there's some data to support that decision. And then the last thing I want to add is that, there's a lot of stuff in the news around variants. So I made sure to ask are we seeing variants in Clallam County? And the short answer is no, we have not seen any of the, like UK or South Africa variants, the highly contagious ones in Clallam County, though they are being recognized in Washington. And both the University of Washington and Washington State had been testing for them before a lot of other states had been. So we know that there is robust testing around that as well. So I think a lot of really positive things coming around vaccinations. There's a lot of volunteers who have been working, for free, volunteering their time to get folks vaccinated. So also a huge thanks to them for spending their weekends doing that. And I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 minutes officially, and there's a lot on Nathan's list. So I'm just wondering if we want to, I can do 2 minutes, but then we don't have time for Nathan. So do we want to extend by 5 minutes just to get that note? Do you want to make a motion, Navarre?
I can do 1 minute.
Okay, I'll be super fast and I'll take 1 minute. I also did city action days. Nope, I need more than a minute. Can we, do we have to make a motion if we go like 8:02? Sorry, I'm wasting time asking procedural stuff.
I move to extend the meeting to the end of the mayor and city manager's comments.
Okay.
Second, Navarra.
Okay. Anyone opposed to extending till Nathan and I are done, which we will be quick? Please state your opposition. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I'll be quick. I also participated in City Action Days. Thomas and I participated in a roundtable on transportation. That was quite interesting. Then also participated in all the legislator meetings. I wanted to take a minute to say a big thank you to all the crews from the city that were out this weekend and at the end of the week plowing, working really long shifts. And I know that, you know, I think it doesn't matter if it's functionally a part of their job. It's worth acknowledging when they work longer, extra, and they just step up and do it. And so I really appreciate that. And then I also just wanted to let all of you know in relation to the letter from Kate Dean that related to the legislation that Navarro referenced. Based on previous council action, I also signed that letter on behalf of the city council. And so that was also after discussion with Kate Dean about what Navarro was saying, that the train has left the station. There is legislation around permanent regionalization. So let's take the opportunity to try to frame what that looks like in a way that will work best for us. And I feel like the recommendations were really well thought out, and it met the standard that we all had discussed in our council meeting. So I think that they're going to get the picture from in Jefferson County. And I will stop there. Nathan, go ahead.
Madam Mayor and Council, a number of things just to share really quick. I really appreciate how much effort City Council members have put into scheduling over the last 30 days. As you know, it's been a very busy schedule over the last 30 days, looking at everything from individual interviews with Jim Cooper to the early start time at the February 2nd meeting, our February 4th and 5th council retreats, as well as city action days on the 10th and 11th and legislative meetings on the 11th. So I know that's a lot to have asked of council members, but we really appreciate everybody stepping up, being engaged in some of the legislative items. That's so appreciated. There's so much more work that we anticipate probably going into the regional health conversation, and we really appreciate the broad regional effort made between Jefferson and Clallam County that the mayor signed last week, as well as the mayor's letter that went out today to the governor. I think that's an important one to mention. Relative to the legislative briefings that we did have, I think it's unfortunate, but we did not see, in my opinion, a great deal of progress relative to progressive tax structure. We need to see more progress on that, and that's something that we need to continue to push as our primary item. In addition to that, I would say we are seeing some positive bills in the childcare realm, as well as a little bit in the housing realm. But Councilmember Sherman Warren shared some important points on that earlier this evening. The only one that we've seen successful so far is some additional COVID relief that does help out with some immediate need assistance, which is still valuable. So with that, I will say that next week, we will not have a work session, recognizing the amount of dedication council has already provided in January and February of this year. I think everybody will enjoy having a bit of a week off from a council meeting, and we'll be right back at it with a Madrona get together on March 2nd, which will be a good opportunity to really get council priorities communicated to Madrona. And with that, that concludes my report. Patricia,
go ahead, Patricia.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I know that at the end of our legislative sessions, there was discussion about possibly setting up another joint meeting. Is there any update or progress on that to talk about infrastructure? Nathan?
There is a need to set up additional meetings with some representatives on infrastructure. I know one that, and some of them came out of the AWC discussion groups. One that is of great importance is transportation and some opportunities that we see there. But there's some other infrastructure opportunities as well. Is that what you're referring to?
No, when we were talking with Theringer, he talked about what our infrastructure needs, and Chapman asked the same thing, and we talked about setting up maybe a meeting with Theringer, and then it was suggested maybe we have a joint meeting with Theringer and Chapman to talk about city infrastructure needs.
You know, that is important, and we will make sure that we start setting those up.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your for a really busy month. I will reiterate that from Nathan, and for a really good conversation tonight. We will see you all on the 2nd of March, I think is the first meeting. Anyway, we'll see you at the first meeting of March. I don't want to say the wrong date. All right. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.